Hello there and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 45, and I think my video is frozen for some reason. I'll fix it along the way. And this challenge is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first the challenger, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada, and weighing in at 244 pounds. The money shot hitter, the heart robber, the two-time Intercontinental Champion, Val Venis.
Hello,
Also, the
Vlad.
oh, do that.
Hello, Vlad.
Hello, ladies. Man, I gotta tell you.
Change it now. We gotta change it now. You see, back in the Attitude Era, it was fine to come out there. Everybody knew what you were talking about. Everybody was on the same page. And I did the basic, hello, ladies. But now it's 2025. Now everything's changed. Now you gotta be pinpoint accurate about what it is that you're asking for, who it is that you're referring to. So now to be more specific in this 2025 year, it's hello, biological ladies.
Oh no. I did see that you got into some Twitter feuds because of that, and I have to say that you were around, I think, mid into the Attitude Era, I think 98, and that was a couple of years after Stone Cold delivered his speech. And then you also stuck around during the Ruthless Aggression Era, the invasion and all of that, and you left exactly when the PG era started. I think
Correct.
You kind of marked these eras in professional wrestling and entertainment. Basically, it switched from being a wrestler to being a superstar or entertainer or whatever. And I think the reason why you don't get more credit and you're not in the Hall of Fame yet is that you're so outspoken about your political views. And you upset a bunch of people. You're super honest about what you believe in.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Politics, unfortunately, is incredibly divisive these days. It's not like it used to be back in the old days where, people could debate issues and still be able to, hey, come on over for the barbecue on the weekend. Today is a big divide in society, and it shows. And people are, if they're not taking sides, then politics is not something they care about. And not caring about politics, especially this day and age, it doesn't mean politics doesn't care about you. They care about every penny you make because they want every penny you make. So just because people don't care about politics doesn't mean politics doesn't care about them. And I think it's important for people to get involved, understand the issues, and when you get into understanding politics, I mean understanding the social aspects of politics and how that affects everyone's lives, and also the financial aspect of politics and how that affects everyone's lives too. So it's definitely important. It's something that I believe people should all be engaged in, and we should be coming together under truth, fact, and logic, because there's a lot of BS out in the political world these days.
And also have to add that your character was very much ahead of his time. Like, you played this porn star who had these vignettes with Jenna Jameson, if I'm not mistaken. And
yes.
all of these cheesy images on the Titantron with the oil that pumps out with what else was there? A lot of
Terrible.
yeah, flower stuff. Anyway, my point is that you also switched at one point and you became part of the right to censor.
Correct.
And you went full PC and trying to ban stuff. It was very much ahead of its time because it was before all of these political correctness trend or whatever you may call it. And then you went back to your old character. And it's very fascinating that you had this evolution where you were very pro free speech in a sense. Like you were all about expressing yourself, and then you decided, well, as far as I could read, it was about you not being happy with your character overshadowing your ability in the ring. So you wanted to have a more serious gimmick to be able to shine more with your moveset. And
Right.
basically, you went to that pro censorship stance, and then you came back, which is really ahead of its time. I think WWE as a television program and product usually highlights trends and shows what's happening with basically Western culture before it actually becomes the mainstream.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The Val Venis character was definitely a cheesy, fun character, controversial. Uh, it was definitely a character of its time. The Attitude Era was definitely the right time to bring out a controversial, funny, off the cuff character like Val Venis. Um, the fact that Val Venis went from, having the storyline of, hey, you're a former porn star turned pro wrestler. I thought that was pretty unique in introducing the character to the world. I do find that the character kind of pigeonholed uh, to some aspect anyway, where I was going to go in WWE at the time. Once the RTC came around, that came around because the PTC, which is a real organization, the Parental Television Council, was hammering WWE with their advertisers, and they were attempting to have advertisers pull out of WWE programming. And so it was a serious issue. They were really starting to, put a lot of weight on our advertisers. And so Vince decided to basically shine a spotlight on what the PTC was doing and to basically mock them. And so he decided to take the characters that the PTC were mostly against, and that would be my character, the Val Venus character, the Godfather character, as well being the pimp, and turn us into right to censor guys. And we're basically, our job is to mock the PTC and really try to focus on having the people look at the PTC as something other than just an organization that's just trying to hammer away and chip away the advertisers that were supporting WWE programming at the time. And I think it worked because we mocked them, and it didn't take long before they kind of disappeared into the background, not really to be heard from by WWE again after that. So it did its job. I think it mocked them to the point where, it got them off of our backs at the time. Um, it's one of those things where I look back on it and it was a short-lived uh, gimmick with the right to censor, but it was definitely something I think that could have had a lot more legs if we had have had the passion to really put effort into, building that RTC organization up within WWE. But its real purpose was to mock the PTC, and I think we did that effectively.
And I gotta ask you, because you had this very pro free speech character in the beginning, and that's how you also left WWE. Were you always a libertarian? Were you always pro freedom, pro any basically being able to be sovereign and control whatever it is that you do with your own body and making your own decisions and being for minimal or even absent government?
No, prior to, well, I was about 17, I guess, when it first happened. Prior to 17 years of age, I wouldn't consider myself to have been political at all, other than if you had have asked me about, a political position on, let's say, healthcare, you would probably have concluded that I held socialist beliefs. It's just the way I was brought up. It was the education system in Canada. I was born and raised in Canada. And so, high taxes, government health care, these were things that are indoctrinated into you from a very early age in Canada. I grew up throughout my teen years thinking Canada had the greatest healthcare system in the world. It's what we were told, and you just believed it. But if you had to ask me back then if I had any, political aspirations or if I had any interest in politics or learning about politics, I would have said absolutely not. It wasn't until politics met me in a negative way that I really started to open my eyes and see, okay, this is what politics is all about. And what it was is in grade 9, just as I was getting ready to start high school, I was cleaning eaves troughs, going up onto people's roofs and just using a scoop and cleaning out their eaves troughs and then, cleaning out their downpipe. And I was making really good money doing that. And so I kept doing that every fall, grade 9 and 10, of course. And then in grade 11, I get contacted by the Revenue Canada, which is equivalent to the IRS in the United States here. But I was in Canada at the time. And so I get contacted by Revenue Canada. And they asked me, well, first of all, they asked me if I had a business with a business license, which I didn't. I literally had a clipboard with a piece of paper and I go around knocking on doors saying, hey, I'm coming around the neighborhood on Saturday and Sunday with a ladder and some buckets and garbage bags and scoops. I can clean out your eaves troughs for you. I'm just out there trying to hustle. I had no idea business licenses and all this stuff. And so, needless to say, make a long story short, that was in grade 11. Grade 12 rolls around, and it was my fourth year of doing eaves trough cleaning, my last year of high school. And the that fall was it's my big money maker is the fall time, right? When you can got to get up there and get all the leaves out. And that fall, every single penny I made for those 6 weeks, 6 weekends of cleaning out eaves troughs went to the Canadian government, and I didn't make a dime that last year, and it was a gut punch. And I was being threatened with, they could charge me with operating a business without a business license, and it was threatening. And that's when I started thinking to myself, how can these guys do that? I don't even know who these guys are. They didn't come home from school and pick up the clipboard and go knocking on doors to try and fill up a weekend of eaves trough cleaning. They didn't carry the ladder around from house to house. They didn't carry the buckets and the scoops and risk injury climbing up on those roofs. And, you're just climbing up on a basic ladder. And, I wasn't using any ropes to make sure I didn't fall off. I was literally up there on my hands and knees, taking out garbage. And so I didn't clue into how these guys could come and take half of my money that I'm earning and get away with it. And everybody was telling me the exact same things. It's your civic duty. It's part of being part of society. And I started, my father was telling me that, hey kid, I understand it's a bummer, but it's part of living in society. You got to pay your taxes. And so no matter how no matter how many times somebody mentioned to me that, hey, it's just your civic duty, it's just the way it is, it didn't sit right with me. There was something wrong. And that is really what sparked the initial um, desire to want to learn more, because it didn't sit right with me. And to this day, it does not sit right with me. Taxation to me is immoral, it's unethical, it's criminal. And I think if we go through real due process and we have real due process in the courts, I truly believe there's not a prosecutor in the world that can prove that any private sector human being is obligated to obey tax laws because they can't prove it. The only thing they have is the ability to enforce those tax laws, but they can't prove the right to enforce those tax laws. And the problem is we have slanted courts, and it's not just in America. This is in Canada, Europe, everywhere. We have slanted courts that give the idea that it's okay to presume that the claimant, being government, can just say you're obligated to obey because we had some kind of ritual thing called, oh yeah, voting. All of a sudden, the courts can just legitimately slant and say, hey, we're not here to prove you're obligated to obey. We're just going to presume that the claimant's claim that you're obligated to obey is true. So that means we live under slanted courts. When you have slanted courts, you don't have freedom. You don't have liberty. You can't operate a society, especially when you're taking value from them, with slanted courts where your due process rights are shunned in exchange for protecting government's claim, they are the claimant, that we are obligated to obey their prohibitum laws called tax laws. And the reality is, if we had straight courts, we had fair and impartial judges, a fair and impartial judge would recognize that the government is the claimant. The government is claiming that the accused is obligated to obey. That is a not just an element of taxation. That is the element of taxation. And courts slant and they shield the claimant's claim from your due process scrutiny and your ability to demand that the claimant prove the claim that you're obligated to obey those tax laws in front of a judge that's not slanted, in front of a judge that's straight up and down and fair and impartial and unbiased. And we don't have that. When you have tax laws that are enforced by the courts, the only way to enforce those tax laws in the courts is to slant the courts, violating the people's right to pure due process. And that's a shame that we live in that society. And that's something I fight every day. I try to help people understand that, hey, you have a right to force those courts to go straight again. Judges have the ability, because of the barrel of government's guns, judges have the ability to say it's settled law, it's judicial notice. I mean, wait a minute, you have a party coming into your courtroom claiming a foundational claim that we are obligated to obey, and you're just going to ignore that they're making that claim in your courtroom and say, judicial notice, settled law? How's that fair and impartial? How is that a straight up and down fair court? It's not. That's a slanted court that gives power to the presumption of the claimant, which is the government, claiming we're obligated to obey their tax laws. Does that make sense?
No, this is really beautiful. Of course, it makes sense. It's a shame that I checked your Wikipedia page before doing this interview, and it's sort of a mess. It's more focused on your Twitter controversies than your
Yeah.
actual beliefs. And it doesn't even have information about your complete data about your wrestling career like other wrestlers do. Like at least the name of the finisher or some trademark moves or whatever. It doesn't have that. But where I'm getting at right now is that if I was to assume, based on your Wikipedia page, why you are a libertarian and basically extract the information from there and project onto your political beliefs, I would say it's only because you're an advocate for legalizing marijuana. And that's the only libertarian argument that is being presented on your page. And it's definitely not the reason why you are a libertarian. It might be one of them, but it's not the reason, and it's not even the most serious one. Like, if someone just reads your Wikipedia page and reads that you're a libertarian and you advocate for the legalization of marijuana, they're just gonna say, well, he's a pothead. That's all there is to it. But
Yes.
there's so much more.
True. Society likes to latch on to, things that are, I guess, easy to demonize somebody that opposes another person's current positions. Cannabis to me, more than anything, cannabis was more of the outspoken rebel side of me that just
Oh no, he dropped out. I guess he's gonna come back at some point. I'm not sure exactly what happened. Maybe his phone died or whatever. He was pretty technologically challenged when he came onto the show. We spent some time setting this up. My camera also died. I had to switch to the webcam, which is not the nicest way to do this, but I have to adapt on the fly. In the meantime, until he comes back, I guess he's in his car and he's gonna be able to recharge his phone. Let me plug some sponsors. First of all, there is Sideshift.ai, which is the perfect place if you have something that you don't really want and you want to swap. Oh, it's so good to see you back. I was
oh,
plugging
there you
some
go. I don't know.
sponsors just to fill the time. So let me finish with that and then we'll go back to libertarianism and cannabis.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Maybe you touched the button, maybe your phone died, maybe your app crashed. I don't know exactly what it is, but I'm happy that you're back.
Heck
So
yeah.
I was telling the listeners about SideShift, which is the place where you can swap something that you have for something that you really want. For example, if someone offers to pay you in stable coins, and these are CBDC wannabes in a way, because they can be censored, they're programmed in smart contracts so that the issuer can actually block certain addresses from transacting. And if someone wants to pay you in that, it's not a good idea to hold on to it because it's not as decentralized as Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies that we're going to talk about during this interview. And you can use SideShift to swap them into Bitcoin, into Litecoin, into a bunch of other coins that are available out there and give you much better sovereignty. So check out sideshift.ai for this feature. They have pretty good liquidity and also decent fees. Then there's also Citrea, which is a layer 2 that's coming to Bitcoin this year. Basically, if you like Ethereum, you're gonna love Citrea because it inherits the security properties of Bitcoin but lets you do pretty much the same stuff that you can do on Ethereum. And it uses the 21 million Bitcoin economy that we already have, so there's no need for a secondary token or something else. It's just gonna be sort of a sidechain, but it's called a rollup. And they already have the test net that's been out there for a year. And later this year, they're gonna launch the main net, and your minds will be blown at the stuff that it can do. So keep an eye on it. And if you want to try it today, the website is Citrea, which is CITREA.xyz. And the last one that I will plug during this round is Layer 2 Labs, which is building the drive chains. It's the ultimate Bitcoin maximalist experience. It's this idea that you can do everything on Bitcoin using the 21 million coins. It consists of a series of sidechains which copy the features from popular altcoins such as Ethereum, Zcash, Namecoin, and even a big block sidechain which is prunable and enables a very high throughput of transactions. Check out layer2labs.layer2labs.com and you can test their software today. They have the drive chain launcher which they updated recently and it works on the Bitcoin Signet, and you can see what the Bitcoin future can potentially look like. Check it out. So now let's get back to the conversation which was interrupted by some technical issue. It was about cannabis, right?
Yeah, we were just talking about cannabis there. That's right. Yeah, I think the idea that cannabis is, in my view, something that I latched onto that was more rebellious, like kind of lean into the idea that I could not understand how a government could just say, hey, you're obligated to obey our tax laws, pay and obey from cradle to grave. I didn't understand that. I applied that same position of mine to cannabis as well. They were, putting people in jail for cannabis. They were arresting them, taking them down. They were empowering the criminal element of society by banning cannabis. And so I looked at cannabis as something to latch onto. That's an easy way to fight for freedom. It's one of those things where I think more of the attraction to cannabis was the fact it was an easy item to latch on to push for the idea of freedom and use that same idea as it is opposed or as when you're talking about taxation or getting business licenses or even getting something simple like fishing licenses. These are just all empowered by what's called Prohibitum laws. They're not real laws. They're not rape, theft, murder, fraud. They're not laws that create victims. They're just Prohibitum laws. It's literally just government saying, we don't want you doing this, so we're going to make a law that says you can't do this. They're not inherently wrong to do. For example, going to work and keeping what you earn is not inherently wrong to do unless all of a sudden there's this Prohibitum law that says, no, when you go to work, you must pay us 30% of your compensation. And if you don't, we're going to put you in jail. Well, that's completely all based on a made up, man-made Prohibitum law. So if there is no victim in the case, whether it's you're smoking marijuana, you don't want to pay taxes, you wanted to go fishing without a fishing license, you wanted to start a lemonade stand without the proper permit, whether it's any of those things, it's just Prohibitum laws. So what is the claim? The claim is, and the claims being made by a group of human beings calling themselves government that have no more rights than you or I do. Yet they create these Prohibitum laws, and then they claim that we're obligated to obey those Prohibitum laws. Well, I'm sorry, if we live in freedom, we the people have a right to say, hey, you can make any claim you want, but we're going to take this to court and we're going to have a fair and impartial judge decide whether I'm really obligated to obey those Prohibitum laws. That is true justice. But what we have, and this is the pinpoint fact of what we have today, if we had freedom and liberty where people understood their due process rights, we would have straight up and down courts, fair and impartial judges. But we don't. We have judges that operate in the courts that are inside America, where the courts are slanted and the judges can operate on the claimant's idea that it's presumed you're obligated to obey, and that's just the way it is. We're going to operate not on facts and logic that proving that you're obligated to obey, because they don't have any facts and logic. All they have is the barrel of government's guns aimed at you if you don't obey. So what do? They slant the courts, and the judges say, well, the claimant doesn't have to prove you're obligated to obey. We just take judicial notice and presume that's true. You're gonna deprive me of the value I created on a presumption? That's what we do. That's tax laws today. We should be able to walk into the courts and be able to say, hey, that's the claimant sitting at the plaintiff's table. They're called government, and they're claiming I'm obligated to obey their man-made written Prohibitum law called tax law. We should be able to do that. And we should have a judge that recognizes that foundational claim and looks right at the claimant and tells the claimant, what do you got? Give me the valid, verifiable, non-circular facts that would prove the accused is obligated to obey your tax laws. But we don't have judges that'll do that. We have judges that will say that claim that you are obligated to obey is off the table, and they slant the courts towards government power. That's not freedom. You have that slant, you have tyranny. There are different levels of tyranny. Just because people are accustomed to the tyranny of taxation doesn't mean it's not tyranny. Doesn't mean you're not enslaved. You are enslaved. The first 20%, 30%, sometimes 50% of your workday every single day is slavery, because it's going to be usurped and sent to the government. And so I think the bottom line is, when it comes to really getting involved in politics, we really have to decipher where specifically does that court slant to allow injustices to happen. Well, the court slants when the courts just claim judicial notice or settled law or some other idea of holding presumption up as if it's a valid, verifiable, non-circular fact. And so we all live in slanted courts. And so the fight now is to recognize that our courts are slanted and government can just do whatever it says it wants to do. And we need to straighten those courts up. and hold governments accountable with judges that will recognize claims and then do their job and compel the claimant to prove their claim true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts instead of judicial notice and it's settled law and we operate on presumptions and the consent of the governed. I mean, the consent of the governed, that's, you might as well tell me the tooth fairy is real and Santa Claus is real. The social contract is real. Show it to me. Come on, you can show me the social contract the same way you can show me the tooth fairy. It's insanity. But I think I've gotten to the conclusion of where I'm at now that the big problem is the fact that we as private sector humans, whether you're in Europe, Canada, Mexico, the United States, we as private sector human beings have forgotten the due process, the pure due process scrutiny rights that we were born with. In fact, let's go back even further. We were conceived with these due process rights to, hey, make any claim you want against me, but I'm going to hold you to account and make you prove those claims true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. We don't do that anymore. Why don't we do that as private sector humans? I believe we don't do that because we don't know to do that. We have the education system that rams down our throats that, hey, you live in a civil society. We have civic duties like taxation, and it's brainwashing us into believing that, hey, taxation is a civic duty. Obeying marijuana laws is a civic duty. I mean, let's face it, smoking marijuana is not the healthiest thing to do in the world, although there are definitely heavy arguments for, topicals of cannabis, consuming cannabis through edibles and things like that. Smoking cannabis is not the healthiest thing to do, but that's not the point. The point is you have governments that point guns at people, put cuffs on people and take their freedom and liberties away and throw them in jail and steal all their property because they grow a marijuana plant that violates their Prohibitum law, that if due process existed, they could never prove their victim of this Prohibitum law is obligated to truly obey. And so that's where the pinpoint problem is. We have courts slanted. We've been brainwashed to believing that, hey, our due process rights are given to us as a privilege from the government, and they tell us how far our due process rights can scrutinize claims, as opposed to having the inherent right to due process that we were all conceived with. Does that make sense?
Oh, it makes a hell lot of sense. I'm really happy that we got to discuss this. And now it makes a lot more sense. Like, when I first saw on Twitter that you're into Bitcoin, I was like, wait, this guy that I saw on TV, he's really into Bitcoin? Like, why? What is it that drew him towards this? And now I gotta ask you, what was it that got you into Bitcoin? And did you ever purchase anything with your Bitcoin?
Well, what got me into Bitcoin was, starting back at that, whole tax situation back when I was a teenager with Canada, and I was, really sparked the interest in politics at the time. And it wasn't an interest out of politics of, oh, how can I get involved in politics and make things even better by increasing politics the right way, which is how we're trained to, really grow up. I began looking at politics as, how are they getting away with, if someone else had have come and threatened me to pay them money that I earned, they'd be getting arrested and going to court and possibly prison for extortion. Yet human beings called government, and more specifically are called tax agents, can come and do the exact same thing, use intimidation, coercion, and ultimately force to compel me to pay. How can they do that and it's considered not a crime? It didn't make sense to me. So that's really what sparked the interest in figuring out what the truth was. And really, since I was 18 years old, just a rabbit hole, just a constant rabbit hole, many rabbit holes to be more specific, that I went down in order to really find the truth in the matter. And throughout the years, getting into my early 20s, I really started to learn more about the banking system and the Federal Reserve and what money really was. And the reality is, what I discovered is as private sector humans, we look for, hey, how can we use our work, our labor, our skills, our talents, our resources to create value in this world, and then exchange that value so we can all improve our standard of living. And when I looked at that and really started to figure out what money was, money, in my view, became a banker's tool that we, in conjunction with governments, we were either tricked or forced into using as a way to trade the value that we create getting up and going to work every day. And so when that value is created working every day, if you create a certain amount of value working 8 hours a day, for example, when we get paid in America, we get paid in US dollars. When we get paid, you are essentially taking that value that you created over, let's say, that 8 hour day, and you're tokenizing that value into the US currency, the US dollar, the fiat currency. You're tokenizing that value into the US dollars, which the US dollars is essentially a tool that you can tokenize your value into and then trade your value. It makes it easy to trade. It's supposed to be trusted that it's going to hold your value that you created working, and you can go and trade it for someone else's value that they made, such as a loaf of bread, for example. Value for value, right? What I began to realize was what they called inflation, or quantitative easing, or what a printing current, whatever they want to call it. We create value over a 40-hour work week. Then we get paid in US dollars. We're taking that value, that's our work, our labor, our skills, our talent, our time, our efforts, and we're tokenizing that talent to US dollars. Great. So far, so good. Now we can go and spend our value with something that people can trust. And we'll put trust in quotations here, that people can trust. Hey, this dollar contains a little bit of my, labor and my work and my skills. Give me that loaf of bread that you created with your value, and we can do exchanges. The problem is when we take that 40-hour work week, for example, and we tokenize that value into US dollars, and then the bankers go and they turn on the printing presses. And I mean, I'm using this figuratively, turning on the printing presses to print either physical paper dollar bills, or whether they just do a couple of keystrokes and just create digital bills in the accounting logs of banks. It doesn't matter. You're creating new currency one way or another. And every time that they create that new currency, the value that I created in those 40 hours and I tokenized into the fiat currency, that value is being sucked out of those dollars I already worked for, stolen from me, and then put into the new currency that they're just creating out of thin air. So they're not, it's the biggest scam ever. They're not stealing the dollars I worked for. They're stealing the value that I tokenized into those dollars that I worked for. It's like a magic trick. So my $1 bill still says $1 on it, but yesterday that would buy a full chocolate bar, and today it buys 2/3 of a chocolate bar. Where did the other third of a chocolate bar go to? Oh, it's in the banker's possession because they just created new currency out of thin air. So that's theft of value. And the fact that in America, since 1913, we've allowed that to happen. Yeah, they don't steal your physical fiat currency. They don't need to. They can just create more of it and steal your value. And what are we left with? We're left with, oh, now the store wants, instead of $1 for a chocolate bar, they want $1.50 for a chocolate bar. The store wants the same amount of value for that chocolate bar, but your dollar, we allowed the bankers to steal the value out of this dollar. And because the store wants the same value for that chocolate bar, you got to make it up by adding more of your dollars to that $1 that had value stolen out of it. And so that's what really got me looking at the banks as just, they're criminals, straight up criminal. When you have the power to print currency, you are a criminal. And then, of course, 2008 rolled around. I think it was late 2008, maybe early 2009. I think it was, a white paper dropped. And I remember in the Libertarian forum, some people talking about it. I had never heard of it before. I didn't understand what cryptography was. I'm not a computer guy. Excuse me 1 second, guys. I'm not a computer guy. I didn't know what cryptography was, or any of that. But you read the white paper and you're like, wow, that's 21 million max coins, maximum supply, peer to peer. This sounds great, but it's computers. Someone's going to hack. This can't be real. I mean, maybe it's just a fantasy, but it'll never happen. And it wasn't. Looking back now, I can't remember the exact specific times, but it felt like maybe a few months after, maybe not even that long, maybe a few weeks after I had read the white paper, I saw a few people in some of the libertarian forums that were mining the bitcoins. They just started mining the bitcoins, and then shortly after that, I was watching people, in the forums say, "Hey, yeah, sent this and it worked," and blah blah blah. They were starting to describe how the Bitcoin worked inside the forums. I started to pay a little more attention, like, "Hey, is this a real thing?" But still not fully having enough faith in it to really put effort into learning about it. It was just constantly being thrown in front of my face in the libertarian forums. And then there was a story of a guy that wanted to be the first guy to buy pizza with Bitcoin. And I can't remember, I think it was like 10,000 Bitcoins he paid for a pizza or
For
something
two
like that.
pizzas.
Oh, it was for two pizzas. Yeah, that's right. And I remember hearing that and I'm going, wait a minute. If this guy is buying pizza with Bitcoin, it wouldn't that be like bootstrapping this Bitcoin to the dollar? And so I just started thinking, like, if someone really bought something with Bitcoin, that would, if it takes off, and I still didn't have faith that people would, start using it or, start mining it even more and get it to where it is today. I had no faith in that whatsoever. But the idea that someone actually bought something of value with Bitcoin was like, that could be a bootstrap. And so I started paying attention at that point and really learning the real thing that got me interested in Bitcoin at the beginning was the fact there was only 21 million coins. And when you started to learn, I didn't learn cryptography, but I started to learn the benefits of cryptography, where it's, you know, way more secure than even what the banks are today in terms of, being decentralized, protected by cryptography. I started to understand why these things were so important to the uh, Bitcoin, to the Bitcoin space. And so I would look at Bitcoin as a possibility, especially that this guy has now bought pizza with Bitcoin. Did the bootstrap just happen right there to the dollar? And when I look back, maybe there is another point in time when Bitcoin was officially bootstrapped to the dollar, but in my mind, it was when that guy bought pizza. In my mind, it was like, okay, this could be a real thing in, 10, 20 years from now, as more people learn about it. So I would say the fact that Bitcoin was decentralized, protected by cryptography, and then that one guy that bought those pizzas with that Bitcoin and sparked the idea that, is Bitcoin now getting bootstrapped to the dollar and to fiat currency in general? Is this the beginning? And when I look back on it, I don't know. I think it's safe to say that would probably be the beginning of when the dollar started leaking its value into Bitcoin slowly but surely. And now what are we up to? We're up over 100 grand now, right?
Yes, we are. I guess right now it's more than 110 grand. But my question for you right now is, do you remember how you bought your first Bitcoin or how you received it and what was the price around the time?
Well, I received it from a miner. Um, and it was just a guy that was in the forums and he was mining. He was a guy that was um, that's all he talked about was Bitcoin. And he was one of the guys that understood computers. He understood cryptography. He understood, right from the get go. He was the guy that I would see mostly in the forums discussing Bitcoin. And so I asked him at the time, well, it was fast forward to 2013 right there is when I really made the decision. Okay, this is, where I should at least put enough faith into this that it's going to continue going up. And what it was, I think it hit just over $100 at the time. And I sat down and I was watching TV. It was King of Queens that was on. And when King of Queens ended, the local news came on. And the local news said, and at the time, Bitcoin, when I had been paying attention to it prior to that, had gone from, you know, mere cents to, hovering around $7, $8, and it would kind of fluctuate around there. And then I stopped paying attention to it for a little bit. And then when that King of Queens ended and the local news came on, the very first news story was cryptocurrency Bitcoin hits a new all-time milestone high of $100. And I jumped up out of my couch and I went, oh, wow. I can't believe that bootstrapping really worked. And, you see it go from nothing to pennies to a few bucks. And then you don't pay attention to it for a little bit. And then all of a sudden it blasts right in front of your face. Bitcoin breaks a new all-time milestone high of $100. And that's when I realized, okay, there's something to this. And that's when I first bought my first 24. And yeah, that was the beginning of my, you know, Bitcoin entry, I guess.
Wait, so you bought 24 Bitcoins when you saw on the news that it reached $100?
Yeah. Now, by the time I got around to getting I got them for $80 at the time. Uh, it kind of fluctuated. It was kind of a deal I negotiated with one of the miners, and but it was one of those things where you just knew that okay, the bootstrapping back when the kid bought pizza, I should have paid attention back then, and I wasn't not going to pay attention from that point forward. I understood at that point that the bootstrapping of the Bitcoin uh, cryptocurrency was now legit. It was solidified. You can't go from, less than $1 a Bitcoin to, hitting an all-time high of $100 a Bitcoin and say that, okay, it's not bootstrapped. It's just, just something it works inside of a little bubble of people and nothing more than that. At that point, when it breaks an all-time high of $100, that bootstrapping is legit. It's anchored onto that dollar and it wasn't going to let go. And that's when I decided that, okay, I'm in.
Oh, that's so beautiful. I think your story is a lot cooler than the one of Tony Hawk, who he got involved around the same time, 2013 or something. And I think you and him have a lot in common, meaning that you're both athletes. And he was featured in some very successful video games of the 1990s and early 2000s, and so were you. I think you're part of WWF No Mercy, which I think is one of the best wrestling video games ever released. You're in SmackDown versus Raw. You're in WWE. No, it's WWF SmackDown on PlayStation and Raw on the Xbox. Like, you're featured in some of the best wrestling video games ever released.
Well, thank you, brother. Heck yeah, it's an honor to be a part of those games.
Yeah, and to be a kid around the era and just have this roster of fighters that you can pick from, you're like a superhero. You can pick this
Well,
guy.
thank you.
You look at the stats. Unfortunately, the devs did not give you very good stats. Like, you got maybe 80 or something out of 100. But
Oh, you mean the devs that created the game?
yeah. They basically
Oh,
gave
gotcha.
every wrestler an overall score. Like, Kurt Angle had like 96 or 95.
Oh, well, that guy's got a 1996 gold medal with a broken freaking
Oh
neck.
yeah.
He deserves it.
Anyway, did you ever buy anything with Bitcoin? Like, did you ever feel the urge to spend it, or did you see it as some sort of speculative investment?
No, at first I felt like when I first got into Bitcoin, it was more of a speculative investment because I understood that it was bootstrapped to the dollar effectively back in 2013. Um, but my interest really was being able to use Bitcoin instead of fiat currency. Once I understood that the banks, as soon as I take the value that I create, every hour that I work and tokenize it into US dollars, The bankers are just stealing the currency and then telling me, oh no, it's a real legitimate market function called inflation. Like, you can relabel it inflation all you want. I understand that you're counterfeiting the currency and then telling me that it's quantitative easing. I'm not stupid. I understand you're counterfeiting the currency and you're stealing my value. And not just my value, but every other working person's value. And so they can, the government and the banks can sit there and tell me, oh, it's inflation, it's quantitative easing, all they want. I understand what the reality is, and I thank the existence of Bitcoin for helping me understand what the reality is. And the reality is the bankers, along with the government enforcers that protect the bankers, these are counterfeiters. That's all they are. They're not, finance. These are not finance people. They're not great investment people. They literally have the power to counterfeit currency, and we don't. And it's doing so steals our value. Does it make a difference to you whether you take an hour's worth of labor and tokenize that into, say, a $20 bill, and someone comes and takes that physical $20 bill away from you, where your value is now stolen because it was tokenized in that $20 bill, and that $20 bill is in the possession of another man? It's not in your possession anymore. Or if you tokenize your labor into that $20 bill, and then the banks go and print 100 other $20 bills. The effect is pretty much the same. You don't have, your value is being stolen from you. So when we look at the reality of what bankers do with their product called fiat currency, and why we use their product is beyond me. The idea that they can just counterfeit the currency and steal the value out of it, as opposed to Bitcoin, where when I take my value and I tokenize that value into Bitcoin instead of the US dollars, there's no banker creating new Bitcoin. They can't just, apply quantitative easing to Bitcoin. They can't create new Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin will go up and down with market value, but I would much rather have my value go up and down in the micro, because in the macro, Bitcoin's 45-degree angle straight up, right? Like in that 45-degree angle, that's the macro Bitcoin. It's been on a bull run since 2009 in reality. And so in the micro, it might be going up and down, but compare that to what we currently tokenize our value into, and that's fiat currency. Well, what's fiat currency been doing? Well, let's take American government, or the American fiat currency, the US dollar. What's it been doing since 1913? A 45-degree angle this way. You see what I'm saying? The dollar, you tokenize your value in there, and the value gets stolen, and it just keeps going down, down, down. At least Bitcoin goes up and down. And in the macro, it just keeps going up in that 45-degree angle. And so, if Bitcoin just kind of stopped going up and stabilized within a range, that would be the best thing that could ever happen to Bitcoin and humanity. But the reality is, we're still early in Bitcoin. A very small percentage of people currently use Bitcoin. I currently use Bitcoin for everything. My entire paycheck gets turned into Bitcoin. And currently, because stores don't accept Bitcoin directly right now, or at least not a lot of them, the majority of them still will only accept US dollars, which is insanity to me. But I do use the Coinbase card, and my whole paycheck will get converted to Bitcoin, and then I use my Coinbase card as the kind of intermediary. So I spend Bitcoin, but they don't know I'm using my Visa Coinbase card to convert it on the fly. But that's how I do it. I put my whole paycheck into Bitcoin. I keep what I'm going to spend on bills on my Coinbase Visa card, and then I move all the rest of my Bitcoin into my own Bitcoin personal wallet that I have the keys and control over. So that's currently my setup right now. Um, I only pay my bill. I pay all my bills with Bitcoin, but I use my Coinbase card for that. And then any Bitcoin that I'm not spending, I'm saving, that gets moved into my own personal wallet and not a third party wallet.
Oh, that's beautiful. There's a slight contradiction there, however, if you think about it, because you're using a trusted custodian like a bank, which is Coinbase, that issued the card. and they have the full capacity if they don't like you, or they find the proper justification, or they just receive some sort of order from a court or from the government to shut down your account, seize your coins, and do all sorts of stuff, which basically Bitcoin was created to circumvent and to empower
Hmm.
us, to give us the tools to not make that a possibility. So just a heads up, it's not the best setup, but I guess it's something that gets you there, at least in terms of being able to save and maximize the value of your income.
Yeah, that's why I would like to get to a point where I don't have to use a Visa debit card as an intermediary between using my big. I would rather just give the store my Bitcoin directly. I go to pay for a coffee, boom, I'll just use Bitcoin right there. Even better, Monero in that case, where it can't be tracked, or even Zano. Zano's another one. But yeah, definitely, you're absolutely right. Um, I would love to get to a point in society where, we can walk into any store and the store will go, "Hey, which of your favorite cryptocurrencies would you like to pay with today?" That would be ideal. Get out of the banking system completely. So yeah, it's. I think that's the slowest part in society to convert from our current scam of a fiat currency banking system into something that's going to empower and protect the value that the people create working every day. And that is, with items like Bitcoin, Monero, Zano, things like that are going to protect people's value from the vultures that are the banks. And it's also going to protect value from the governments as well, because it puts the people in power. So, for example, if the pothole out front of your home is not getting filled, right now, if you decide I'm not going to pay taxes until the government fixes that pothole, I've been paying too much and they've been letting that pothole go for years. Right now, you don't have the ability to say, I'm not going to pay you another dime in taxes until you fix these potholes, because the government will just call the banks and freeze your funds without you even knowing. You'll know after the fact. But with Bitcoin or Monero, bear with me one moment, guys. With Bitcoin, Monero, or Zano, or some privacy protocol like that, I guess there's another one that I'm looking at called Beam, another one called Tari. XTM's another interesting one. I like privacy protocols. And bear with me one second there, guys. Um, and so once we have a society where we can use these protocols to buy, sell, save, and invest directly instead of using the bank's protocols, it's we're going to have to use those intermediary guys, is what it looks like. Another really good one is on Cake Wallet, and I guess on Dash as well. You can buy prepaid cards with your cryptocurrency, and that could be another means of kind of being in between, where you can use your cryptocurrencies to purchase real value of things in society. But it's the slowest part, is getting the stores to accept the cryptocurrency directly rather than their fiat currency that they have accepted, since day one. So that's really what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for the fact that I don't got to use Coinbase anymore. I can just walk into a store and they can say, hey, it's XYZ Monero, and I get to pay them XYZ in Monero or in Bitcoin or in Litecoin or whatever the case may be. That would be ideal in my view.
Do you have any interesting or funny story about spending Bitcoin for goods or services? And I don't mean using your Coinbase card, just sending Bitcoin to someone for something that they offered.
Yeah, basic things like, for example, my daughter might say, she doesn't do it now because she's working now. She gets her own money. But, a few years ago when she was still in high school, she'd say, you know, hey, daddy, can you send me, whatever, X number of dollars for lunch or coffee or whatever. And I would send her Bitcoin and she would convert it into a what is it, a gift card, a Visa gift card, and use that to buy and sell things. Have I bought and sold anything directly for Bitcoin? Not directly for Bitcoin in stores. I have bought items from other people off of Facebook and, just, used items, whatever the case may be. And I've exchanged Bitcoin a few times, doing that with people that were already into Bitcoin. So it was just a natural thing for them to do. But I haven't gone into any stores and used Bitcoin directly yet. That's really that would be another milestone for me to actually be able to walk into a restaurant and say, "Hey, I want to use Bitcoin to pay for this item." And Steak and Shake restaurants now apparently accept Bitcoin. Of course, we don't have any Steak and Shake restaurants in Arizona, so I'm gonna have to make a quick trip over to California to try that out. But that would be a milestone to be able to walk in to an already established store and be able to use Bitcoin to purchase whatever it is I want to purchase.
I noticed that you are on XMR Bazaar, which is this
Yes,
marketplace for
XMR
Monero.
Bazaar.
You're selling some signed posters of you and the Intercontinental title, which you have held 2 times, and that's quite an accomplishment, which is worthy of getting into the Hall of Fame. I hope if Triple H is listening to this, I hope he remembers about that chair shot that he gave you in 2004 and realizes, this
Yeah.
guy really deserves his spot. Like, he busted his ass for the industry. Anyway, I was gonna get to
Well,
this
thank you.
question where I noticed that you're on the XMR Bazaar, but were you also on Silk Road, which was like the precursor of the XMR Bazaar? Like, did you ever try that and buy stuff with Bitcoin?
No, I never did. I never went on to Silk Road or anything like that. Um, Silk Road, from what I've read about it, it was a pretty unique marketplace, in terms of be allowing people to be able to exchange goods, whatever those goods may have been. It really highlighted the fact that, hey, humanity can exchange value and exchange real tangible items and services and products without the banks. And that was huge. The fact that people could trade value without any involvement of banks or third party service like that was amazing to me. So, while Silk Road can be demonized, for what was on it, the reality is when we look past what was on it and we realize that, hey, these were products and services that were exchanged for value that was never contained in a banker's tool called fiat currency. Banks were not involved in that. And I think that really shined a bright light on the possibilities of humanity without banks and humanity with a currency that could be protective of individuals' real value. Because let's face it, the banks don't protect our value. The banks scam us into using their tools so they can steal our value. And that's a reality that we have all been subjected to from cradle to grave.
Keep on preaching. I really love it.
Well, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Heck yeah. I think Zano to me is Zano and Monero to me are even better than Bitcoin. And the one thing I never understood with the Bitcoin protocol was why they never implemented privacy into it. I mean, privacy is incredibly important when you want to empower individuals to have true control over the value they create getting up and going to work every day. And so, yeah, we can have a currency like Bitcoin that can protect the value from counterfeiting. That's great. That puts the banks way out of business. But we still have governments that can track every single value that is spent, no matter where you spend it. It can be tracked by government. And I think that's a problem that is taken care of with protocols like Monero, Zano, um, I don't know if you're familiar with Tari. Tari is another privacy protocol that I'm witnessing being developed right now. They have layer one is out there. I guess they're getting ready to put on layer 2 sometime next year, I guess it is. I'm not sure exactly what the specifics are on that. But yeah, I think Tari, which is XTM, I think that's another great protocol to look at. Beam is another privacy protocol. I think privacy protocols are really the most empowering uh, protocols that are currently available. And I think that's really the way humanity should move towards. We should get privacy in Bitcoin, privacy in Litecoin, Monero, Zano already have the privacy built into their foundational layer 1 protocols, which to me is vitally important. And so, like, do you find privacy to be as important as I do when it comes to protocols, being able to protect people's ability to move their value around?
Well, that's the reason why I wanted you to get on the show in the first place. Like, I appreciate all of this wrestling talk. It's like a very nice reference to some moments from my childhood, but at the same time, I'm a big advocate for having privacy on Bitcoin. And beyond all of this human level, which obviously we do need privacy for our daily transactions, Bitcoin has a censorship problem, which is being debated very ardently nowadays if you check Twitter. Basically, you can discriminate between transactions, and the miners can also say, well, this transaction comes from this sender, and therefore I don't like it too much, and I don't like what's in it, and therefore I'm not going to mine it. And the lack of privacy undermines the censorship resistance of the Bitcoin network. So if we did have privacy, nobody would be able to look inside to see what's in the transaction. And I guess none of this fighting would actually happen. And the proposal for Bitcoin privacy, the most significant one, was called Zero Coin, which grew into Zero Cash back in 2013. It was supposed to be the upgrade that Bitcoin needs in order to have zero knowledge proofs. And for some reason, that never happened. And nowadays, we have Zcash, which is the evolution of that, which is basically the Bitcoin technology with the zero knowledge proofs in a privacy pool. And it's an experiment that has been going for about 9 years now. And to me, it's very interesting because it's the one that can actually boost the privacy of Bitcoin. Something else that we have that's 100% compatible with Bitcoin is called the MWeb on Litecoin, which is Mimblewimble, what you have on Tari and also Beam, which you mentioned, but on an
Yeah.
extension block, which is a parallel blockchain that runs alongside the main one. And that one is already on Litecoin. It can be just copied and pasted into Bitcoin, but it seems like Bitcoiners don't want that to happen, or at least, I don't know. Maybe it's just that they're afraid to kill the goose that lays golden eggs, and they're afraid that the bankers will dump the coin if they realize that it has privacy and the price will go down. I don't know exactly what's the concern, but I'm happy that there is enough privacy in this direction. And Monero, which you mentioned, is based on the CryptoNote protocol, which is reactionary to Bitcoin. It's not compatible to it because it was rewritten from scratch to have privacy features. And
Yes.
Zano or Zano, I don't know exactly what's the right way to pronounce it, is basically sharing the same code base as Monero, but lets you create private tokens on top of this platform. So anyone can issue their own stock or maybe tokenize their gold or do something alongside these lines to be able to transact with privacy, which I think is really beautiful.
I do too. I think that's great. I think you brought up a great concern that I think a lot of people should be concerned about with Bitcoin and the lack of privacy is the fact that they can discriminate against coins, uh, depending on what those coins have been used for. If they've been used to, buy cocaine at some point in history, they can track that back and blacklist that particular coin. And I think when you can discriminate against value containing data or value protected data, and you can discriminate against that, you don't have real money at that point. And having privacy built into the protocol, Zcash is another one I completely forgot about. I haven't used Zcash myself, but I know it's another great privacy protocol that tends to pique the interest of a lot of people. And
I
then
should
I
onboard you
forgot
to
all.
it just so you can see how it works.
Say again, sorry.
I can onboard you to it if you want, so you can see how it works. Like you just get a
Zcash,
wallet.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've never used Zcash before, but I do know it is a privacy protocol, and that's what interests me is freedom and liberty uh, protected by protocols that will protect the individual's ability to be in full control over the value that they created, be able to protect that value from counterfeiting operations that the banks employ, and be able to protect that value from people that want to know where that value is going to and where it's coming from or how it's being created. And so that's really nobody else's business other than the person creating that value. And so privacy built into protocols is vitally important for digital currency um, going forward. In my view, if freedom is the is of the utmost importance in society today, then the protection of people's financial privacy needs to be number one. And privacy, decentralization, and cryptography all rolled into one will help protect the people's ability to not only protect the value they create, but that'll improve their standard of living as well. So definitely privacy is one of the most important things. It's one of the reasons that I really take a hard look at a lot of different privacy protocols to see which one's really going to offer the best protection for individuals' privacy.
Yeah, just a second. I was gonna get into the next segment of our interview where basically I created this Zano meme coin, sort of, which is supposed to be a championship. You're someone who has earned a lot of championships in wrestling. You're a heavyweight champion in Mexico. Then you came to the
Mm-hmm.
WWF. You became Intercontinental Champion, which I think right now is the longest running and most prestigious title that they have because the heavyweight ones have been switched and flipped to the point where they don't make much sense anymore. And you were also the
Yes.
world tag team champion with Lance Storm. You actually
Yeah,
defeated
Lance Storm.
Ken Shamrock, who is an actual MMA fighter, to get your
Correct.
Intercontinental title. And you fought The Rock at one point in the main event of SmackDown, which is amazing. I saw the news today that The Rock said he might consider running for president. That's really amazing. Not that
Yeah,
it's a
that
good
wouldn't
idea, but
surprise me. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Rock, throws his hat in the ring to run for president. Um, you know, watching The Rock go from, I mean, let's face it, I'll tell you what I know personally about The Rock. What I know personally about The Rock is the guy is a grinder. The guy grinds nonstop. This guy's one of the hardest workers I've ever seen. Um, no question about that. The guy is full of charisma. Um, Works incredibly hard at everything he does every day. Uh, However, the Rock, although throughout his years he may have become a little more politically in tune. Make no mistake about it, the Rock's goal in life is to entertain people, and I believe the Rock's, and I could be wrong on this, but this is my guess. I believe the Rock, if he decided to pursue the presidency, it wouldn't be in the name of protecting freedom and liberty in America or giving back the freedom and liberty to the American people that has been stolen from them at an increasing level year after year ever since 1913. I don't think The Rock would go into politics and run for president to give people back their freedoms and liberties and protect those freedoms and liberties. I believe that The Rock would only run for president to put another notch on his belt. Set a goal, which is great. Set a goal. I want to become president. Boom, he becomes president. It's another notch in the belt. He wanted to become a not just a WWE superstar, he wanted to, well, let's face it, he wanted to become a superstar in WWE. He accomplished that. He wanted to become the top WWE superstar in WWE. Boom. He accomplished that. Another notch in the belt. Then he wanted to get into Hollywood. Well, he made it into Hollywood. Another notch on the belt. Then he wanted to become the highest paid actor in Hollywood. Another notch on the belt. Great accomplishments. And the purpose of each one of those accomplishments was he wanted to entertain people to the best of his ability. Great accomplishments. Now that he looks at the presidency, and I look at Rock's past, did Rock ever have an interest in politics? Well, I can tell you that over the years, I used to talk regularly with Kane and Al Snow and a couple of other guys, but Kane and Al Snow were the two main guys that every week I would talk politics with backstage. The one guy that I never spoke politics with, in fact, he would turn around and walk away from Kane and I if he came up to us and would hear us talking about politics, was The Rock. He had no interest in politics. In fact, I only remember him ever mentioning politics one time, and it was with the election between Bush and I believe John Kerry. And he came up to me and he says, "Hey, Val, I know you talk about this a lot. What is your view on this election?" And he asked me about the Bush uh, campaign. And it was just a quick, brief, maybe 2 minute long conversation. And that was really it. So the entire time that I was in WWE, The Rock walked away from political conversations, except for when it got close to the election, when it was John Kerry and Bush. And he only asked me, what I thought about Bush. That was it. And he wasn't interested in any of the
Are you
issues
sure
as to
it
why
wasn't
I
the
heard.
one from 2000 between Al Gore and Bush? Because by the time he ran against John Kerry, it was kind of obvious who Bush is, because he was running for his second term.
Yes, he was running for his second term at the time, and it was basically, um, how does Bush compare to Kerry? If I can remember correctly, it was something along that lines, but it was Bush's second term, is what Rock was asking me about. Um, but Rock never interested in the issues: taxation, abortion, social welfare programs, the military-industrial complex. All of these issues he never once brought up. And whenever he heard Kane and I, or Al Snow and I, or the three of us discussing these issues, he would just go, "Oh boy," and he'd walk away. He had no interest. So for him to say that he now wants to run for president, he's either completely developed a true appreciation for how the political issues, affect the daily lives of humans, which I don't believe is true. I believe he's too preoccupied with creating entertainment to have any time to dedicate to, hey, how do these issues affect humanity? And I think he looks at the presidency as, well, I have all these notches on my belt. The presidential notch would be a great notch to add to my collection. So that's my view on The Rock. I think if he truly runs for president, I don't believe it will be to increase freedom or protect freedom and liberty. It'll be to fall in line, take another notch on his belt. So it's another accomplishment, it's another goal, and that's pretty much about it. Um, I don't see him really having a deep sense of, I need to help create a administration that's going to protect people's freedoms. We're going to get rid of taxation, for example. We're going to abolish the IRS, for example. I don't see him ever doing anything like that. I think it would be another presidency where The Rock is the face, but the reality is the man behind pulling all the strings never changes.
And that's Vince McMahon.
Yeah, in WWE that would be Vince McMahon, but in politics you could really say that's the central bankers. That's the Federal Reserve. They're the people that all of us, including the politicians, we work for their product, and their product is fiat currency. And because they have the power to create that fiat currency, they control everybody, including the politicians.
I can just imagine a meeting between President Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and his advisors, and he would ask them, so what do you think about the crisis in the Middle East? And then he would follow up with, it doesn't matter what you think.
Right.
But his gimmick was
Oh,
always that
there's
of
so
the
many
people's
great
champion,
Saturday
right?
Night Live skits. There's so many great Saturday Night Live skits that you could make just off of that.
He was always the people's champion, right? And he was all about saying what is popular and being cool with the audience. Even as a heel, he wasn't quite, how should I put it? He wasn't like Triple H or Ric Flair, you know? He wasn't
Correct. Correct.
the villain that you really wanted to hate. He was sort of just mean, but in a cool way. And he never wanted to step
Yeah.
out of line, be that guy who's gonna burst into Randy Orton's house and beat him in front of his wife or whatever. He was much more tame.
Right. Yes, The Rock was he was very good with words. He was a wordsmith. And he could and he had charisma behind it as well. And just an enormous amount of charisma. And to watch him take words and inject so much charisma and entertainment into those words, and to have 20,000 people inside of an arena hang on every word that came out of The Rock's mouth was an incredible, I don't know if you would call it a skill that he developed or if it was a talent that he was conceived with, that he nurtured and developed into what it became, which was, I mean, it was it captured people's emotions. People hung on every word he said, and he knew how to structure those words to really create an emotional response from the people. And you could hear that emotional response when you have 20,000 people in unison letting you know what their emotional response is to what Rock was saying. It was an incredible thing to witness.
Yeah, it really is. And the fact that he was successful in Hollywood is owed to his popularity as wrestler. And
Yeah,
now he
his
came back, so his hero arc includes starting out as this third generation wrestler and then becoming the most popular one. I'm not sure if he was ever technically the best one. Like, I can argue there were a bunch of guys who were much better than him in the ring. But on the microphone, he was possibly top 3 of all time.
I
He
agree.
went to
I agree.
Hollywood. He became a much bigger star. And then he returned with the money that he made in Hollywood and bought his seat in the shareholders meeting for WWE, UFC, and all of these companies that he apparently really cares about. And I think in his
Yes.
mind, the next logical step after he basically owns the place where he started working is to own the country, right? Make himself
Pretty
the
much.
number
Pretty
one guy.
much. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Rock's grind is unbelievable. I think Rock's grind should be looked up to by younger people. I think they should look to The Rock as, somebody that does have that grind that I think a lot of people should aspire to acquire themselves. His grind is unbelievable. His political positions, well, that's a different topic. Um, but yeah, definitely he's a grinder. I think he should be looked up to for his grind in the private sector. In the private sector, he's done incredible things. The same thing with Donald Trump. I mean, in the private sector, the guy's done incredible things. Although I don't know the history exactly of Donald Trump's finances when it comes to people that were pretty close to the Federal Reserve that were around Trump his entire life, apparently. Did the Federal Reserve bail out Trump, when they really shouldn't have? In some way, maybe not directly, but maybe indirectly. I've heard rumors of people that were around Trump that helped him, acquire certain properties or eminent domain, for example. Trump would use eminent domain. It appears, and I'm not saying this is a fact because I don't know all the details, but it appears Trump at some point used government connections to acquire properties through eminent domain, which I'm completely against. Um, but Rock has done everything in the private sector up until, as far as I can see anyway, up until the point where he went to the Pentagon. Everything Rock did prior to that was done strictly on a voluntary basis, that I can see, and in only in the private sector. When he came out of the Pentagon last year and he shook one of the military higher ups' hand and said something to the effect of, it was a pleasure, blah, 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 and we'll take a look at focusing on the task at hand. It was something along that lines, and then shook the man's hand. That's when I kind of leaned back and go and focused on completing the task at hand. What does that mean? Is the government bringing the Rock into their fold to start conditioning him for a presidential run in the future? Highly suspicious, man. Highly suspicious. And so, yeah, I could definitely see the Rock putting another notch on his belt, running for president, and probably not being the best president in the world. He would be a guy that would have his strings pulled like everyone else.
Well, it's sort of obvious that The Rock is left leaning, might be a Democrat. And it would be funny to have a presidential election where you have The Rock versus John Cena, because John Cena is more conservative. That would be actually hilarious.
John Cena's another one. I would trust John Cena to entertain my kids, whether it be through pro wrestling or TV, movies. Great. But would I trust John Cena to have the backs of the American people that are guaranteed freedom and liberty in the Constitution? Not at all. I think it's not that I think. I know John Cena turned his back on the Taiwanese people, for example, when he flat out caved to China. When all he said was he loves the nation of Taiwan, or it was something to that effect. And because he was promoting a movie that he made in China, and from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but from what I understand, the Chinese had funding in that movie, or something in that movie was Chinese controlled in developing that movie. So when John Cena said something about Taiwan to the effect of, I love the Taiwanese nation, or I love the Taiwanese people, or whatever the case may be, and China basically said, hey, you can't say that, and you have to make a public apology, and or whatever they threatened him with, I don't know, but I know John Cena caved. He caved to a communist nation and threw the Taiwanese people under the bus so he could continue to promote his Fast and Furious movie. I think it was Fast and Furious is the movie that we're talking about, throughout China. And it's just a movie, man. For me, if I was in that place, my politics are so rock solid, I would have left the country of China and said, I am not saying that. I am not going to throw the Taiwanese people under the bus for a paycheck. I'm just not going to do it. So I'm not going to apologize by, honoring the Taiwanese people. Those people want to be free. And I have this communist government telling me to say I'm sorry for saying that, hey, I love the nation of Taiwan, even though, China doesn't really consider it a nation, considers it a part of them, whatever. I'm not going to give up what I see as a Taiwanese people that want freedom and a cave to a communist government that I already do not respect. And say, they're going to say, hey, we're going to take your paycheck away from you, or we're going to take money away from you if you don't apologize for calling Taiwan a country. I would have refused to have done it. I would have said, okay, this project's not for me. I'm out of here. I'll give up that money. John did not. John caved. John apologized profusely, and not in English. He learned Chinese or Taiwanese or whatever. He learned that language in order to apologize in that language. And now, whether he learned it for that apology, or whether, there are rumors that he had taken courses because he wanted to learn Chinese. Great, fantastic. But the reality is, John Cena caved and threw the Taiwanese people under the bus in order to protect a paycheck, protect value that he created creating that movie. And I wouldn't have done that. And to me, that's morals, that's ethics, it's principles. So to see John Cena run for president of the United States is definitely not something I would want. When you're willing to throw the Taiwanese people under the bus for a paycheck, I can just imagine, how easily he would throw the American people under the bus in order to maintain not even value, just to maintain an image to the American people of, you know, uh, being in line with the American people's wants, needs, and desires. I would never trust him to protect the American people's wants, needs, and desires. I would definitely see him as a politician, which way's the wind blowing today kind of guy.
You almost did this, or what?
Oh
What
yeah,
was the move? Yeah, that was your trademark.
yep, that was my trademark. Yeah.
See, you just caught a promo on John Cena. I guess this is why you're not in the Hall of Fame yet.
Maybe it's a possibility. The Hall of Fame would be great. I wouldn't definitely wouldn't turn down the Hall of Fame, but it's not important to me. What's important to me is the relationship between government, the banks, and the people. And that relationship, it's important to me because of what happened when I was a teenager. That basically slapped to my face from government uh, is what sparked such a deep interest in understanding the relationship between government and banks and the people. And that relationship, I believe, is one of slavery. It's turned nations into open air plantations. We are so accustomed to pay and obey from cradle to grave, and we're so accustomed to it in a way that makes it seem normalized, in a way that it's difficult for us as a society to imagine a society without banks, a society without taxation, a society without government having an enormous amount of Malum Prohibitum laws that literally put chains on us if we grow the wrong plant. So that relationship between government and the people, and the banks and the people, is something that is far more important to me as a human being than the entertainment industry. To me, the entertainment industry is something I like to do. I like to produce entertainment for people, but I don't hold that as being more important than realizing what the real relationship is between the rulers and the people. That relationship between the ruling elite, which includes the bankers, and the people, that relationship is probably, well, no, not probably, is the most important thing in my human life, other than Jesus Christ himself, of course. But that relationship is vitally important. And I put a lot more focus on really understanding that relationship between the ruling elite and the people, as opposed to, do I want to get into the Hall of Fame? Sure, that would be nice. It's how I created value for people, entertain people. I don't like the way entertainment is used to condition people into believing that what politics does is just normal. And I think the entertainment industry is huge in projecting and training people to believe that, hey, taxation is just normal. Fiat currency is just normal. These things aren't normal. I mean, they're normalized in our society, but they shouldn't be normal. They should be looked at as crimes that, if we as individuals did ourselves, would be clearly considered a crime. But if human beings calling themselves government do those exact same things, well, then it's called taxation. Or instead of counterfeiting and theft of value, it's called inflation, and it's called quantitative easing. I mean, it's that relationship needs to be fixed. So, do I want to get into the Hall of Fame? Sure, I'd love it. It's great. Is it important? Not at all. Not at all.
That's beautiful. For the past 30 minutes, I have been meaning to send you this, which is a Zano token that I created. It's called the Val, VAL, which stands for Victorious
Yes.
Acknowledgement for Luchadores, luchadores being the word for wrestlers in Spanish. I minted 46 of them. I'm going to keep one and send the rest of 45 to you. This is your
Oh,
Zano
excellent.
address. And the comment is, this is a championship. Pass it on to other champions. I'm going to send this to you on the Zano network because you're a big fan of this and you use it. And now it's
Excellent.
going to come to your wallet. You're going to be able to send this. We have proof that we created this and we sent this during this live stream. It has provenance. You can prove to people that it comes from this interview. And from now on, maybe you can sell it. Maybe you can give it to other people for free if you think that they're true champions. You can use it as this sort of social currency to give people a title.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. I'm honored, man. And I do have a Zano. You have my Zano address. I forgot to add that I also have that address attached to the alias, which is at Val Venis, Venis. And so that's my Zano alias there as well. That'll send it to the address. Also, if you could send me the white list so I can enter that in there and be able to see the asset as well. I guess I have to whitelist the asset itself, correct?
Oh,
In
yeah, that's how
Zano?
it works.
Yes.
So you
Yeah. So
have
if
to
you could
receive
send me
the
the
asset ID and then you're going to
yes,
whitelist it. Yeah, I'm going to send
correct.
it
Yeah.
to
So
you.
if you can send me that whitelist ID and then I'll enter that in my Zano wallet and I'll be able to see the asset.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of Zano. Zano is an excellent privacy protocol, that's for sure.
It's really neat. I think it's lacking in some features, but it got better since I first found it last year. And it's pretty cool. Basically, the end game for it is to tokenize Bitcoin and Ethereum and other assets so that you can send them with privacy that they don't
Yes,
have on
that's
their
such a
native
great
network.
feature.
Yeah.
Yeah, such a I love that idea of being able to take your Bitcoin and basically trade your Bitcoin on the Zano blockchain when it's wrapped in Zano. It's and do so in privacy. To me, that's a fantastic feature.
The bigger issue in this whole scheme is that it's difficult to spend Bitcoin on Zano. Like, if it's hard to spend Bitcoin on Bitcoin, being able to send to someone Bitcoin on Zano puts you on an even smaller island. But I
It
do believe
does.
that this is like sort of an intermediary state where you're going to be sending to people and receiving, and at some point, you will unbridge the funds onto the Bitcoin network, and it's going to be unclear what happened in the middle of these transactions. And that's kind of
Correct.
the value proposition for this. It generates like an obscure chamber where you are able to transact with people, and then you come back to Bitcoin, and people looking at the Bitcoin network will not know what happened.
Correct. Correct. Yeah, it's really a great thing. I love that idea. It would be nice if Bitcoin just had the privacy features built in right from its very foundation. But the Zano blockchain definitely provides some excellent privacy to Bitcoin for sure.
Yeah. I was also going to plug two more sponsors, and then I want to ask you more about potentially if there are any of the WWE wrestlers who are into Bitcoin, but don't answer just yet. Let me mention the sponsors. Bitcoin.com News is possibly one of the best places to read about what's going on in this world and in this industry. They have very good journalism, and for many years, they have been known as the website which doesn't know the difference between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, because for a while they were promoting Bitcoin Cash. Now they adjusted to the market preference and they're orange, not green. And to be honest, their journalism is top notch, and they also cover news from the world of gold, and they have just a bit of politics, but not too much. And you also see news from outside of the US which concern Bitcoin, which is something that I like and I don't find very often on Bitcoin Magazine, for example. And I think I'm gonna ask them to also cover some details from this interview because I think it's fascinating that we have this celebrity basically who has entertained us for many years, who is into Bitcoin and has such strong libertarian opinions. And yeah, the website is news.bitcoin.com. And last but not least, there is No One's, which is a peer to peer exchange. The CEO, I gotta tell you that he is very much a WWE character. He talks about fighting the forces of evil. Do you know Ray Youssef?
Yusuf.
Ray Youssef. He used to be known for Paxful before No One's.
It sounds familiar. I think I may have read his name before or heard someone else mention it. So it sounds familiar, but I don't think I could put the face to the name.
Oh, I gotta tell you, he's this massive 6'4" guy, very bulky. He used to be a fighter too. And I think he was born and raised in New York, but he's fighting to liberate the global south. He might be half Egyptian or something. And his mission with No One's is to onboard as many people as he can from Africa, from the Middle East, from South America, and enable them to be able to transact in Bitcoin, in Monero. I think he's also adding Zano. And he's a very big advocate of a principle which is called everyone eats, which means that along the lines, everyone who engages in trade takes a cut and is able to support his family or something. And if you
Ah,
choose to onboard to join this exchange and transact there, what you're basically doing is to provide liquidity to these hustlers from the global south who will charge a premium for the same coins, but at the same time empower more people to be able to use them because they don't have the same access to banking and infrastructure that we have in the northern hemisphere. And the URL is nones.com. They also have this Visa card, which is for spending if you're into that. I guess in the US, the Coinbase one works better, or Gemini or whatever. I don't think No One serves the US at all. If you want to use it, I guess you need a VPN or whatever. But it's really cool. I'm a big fan of the mission, and I think you should really meet Ray. He's quite a character, and he looks like he could be in the WWE, and he speaks like it.
oh, perfect. Heck yeah. I bet you we could have some great conversations. Heck, and you said he's in New York, huh?
No, I think he's somewhere in the Middle East right now because he
Oh,
really
he is in the Middle East.
embodies the mission that he's pursuing. I think he was born in New York. I don't think he spends
Oh
any
gosh.
time there at all. He's not a fan of the US anymore.
Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah. Well, there another guy that right now is currently facing some a lot of years in prison is what's his name? He's over in Spain there. What's his name again? Trying to remember his name. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
What did he do?
Well, the IRS is after him right now.
Oh, Roger Ver.
Um,
Yeah.
yes, Roger Veer. That's his name. Yes. Roger Veer, the IRS is going after him right now. That's another guy that was promoting Bitcoin since, well, as long as I can remember. He's been promoting Bitcoin almost since the beginning, I would think. He's been around a long, long time. And
2011, I think.
so, yeah, and here's a guy that he paid his taxes and left overseas. He gave up America, and now the IRS is after him again. This is another guy that, and I call this is another guy that I believe his lawyers are not going to challenge the first principle claim by the IRS, which is what I absolutely believe should be attacked. The lawyers are going to fall in line and do what's common, and that's defend against the accusation that Roger Ver violated the tax laws. And I truly believe that Roger Ver could and should absolutely force the court to recognize that if the IRS is going to walk into an American court and claim that Roger Ver violated the tax laws, then no matter what anyone says, that government is going into that American courtroom, and whether they admit it or not, they are factually making the claim that Roger Ver is obligated to obey the government's tax laws. That's two claims being brought into one court, but only one claim actually satisfies due process when it comes to notice, and that is the claim of a violation. The claim of an obligation to obey isn't even addressed. It's not it's not notified. Roger Ver did not receive proper notice that he is obligated to obey. What happened with the claim that you're obligated to obey? Well, that's where the court slant comes in. They don't require notice of the government's claim that you're obligated to obey. They just invoke judicial notice or settled law. Roger is then left only defending against the accusation that he violated those laws, but he has a human right that he was conceived with to force the court to recognize that if you're going to claim that if you're going to allow that government to come into an American court and claim you violated the law, then it is also true that that government is coming into that American courtroom and they are claiming that you are obligated to obey that law. The fact that the court can just assume that that claim is being made and that that claim is settled law means the courts aren't straight up and down, they're slanted. And that's not justice. That is tyranny. So Roger Ver has the opportunity to say to the judge, hey, if you're going to allow this claimant, the IRS, to come into this American courtroom and claim I violated their law, then you're also allowing that claimant to come into this American courtroom and claim I'm obligated to obey that tax law. That's two claims being made in this courtroom, in this American courtroom. The judge must understand and recognize that there are two claims being made. And it's common sense to say and to rest on the idea that you have to prove the first foundational claim that you're obligated to obey the tax law first. Then you can address whether you violated those tax laws or not. That's just common sense. The fact that the judge can go slanted and say, we're just taking judicial notice on the claim of an obligation to obey, and we're only going to address the claim of a violation. Well, that's a due process violation. Factually 100% a due process violation. The judge's job in America is to recognize the claims being made and then compel the claimant to prove that claim true. Not just take judicial notice because that's the way things have always been done. If Roger Ver went into that courtroom and invoked not the government's privileged version of watered down due process, but invoked his pure due process rights that are recognized in the Constitution as inalienable and that exist as a human right, regardless of whether government exists or not, regardless of whether the government legal framework exists or not, Roger Ver has the right to recognize that the government's claiming he's obligated to obey. Roger Ver has the right to have a fair and impartial judge compel the claimant to prove that claim true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. And the reality is, it's just a Prohibitum law. There's no victim to make whole. Therefore, the government cannot come into that American courtroom and present valid, verifiable, non-circular facts that would prove that Roger Ver is obligated to obey the government's tax laws. The only thing that government has to enforce that Prohibitum law against Roger Ver is the barrel of government's guns. That's why you're obligated to obey, because they can point guns at you. And that's not valid. You can't point guns at someone and say, you're now obligated to obey this piece of paper. You have to prove they're obligated to obey first with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts, and then you can use the gun to enforce compliance. But you can't use the gun to prove an obligation exists. That's just criminal as criminal can be. But that's the reality is, if Roger Ver's team focused on the foundational claim that Roger is obligated to obey the government's tax laws first, instead of addressing the claim that he violated those tax laws, we'd have a much different situation. You wouldn't have Roger Ver living over in Spain. He could live right here at home, and he could defend himself against government's ridiculous claims that he's obligated to obey a mal prohibitum law just because government has guns. If we had straight up and down courts, we wouldn't have the IRS. It would be impossible for the IRS to exist if we had straight, fair, and impartial, unbiased courts. And I think Roger Vere's in a position where he could really shine a light on that. However, I don't think his legal team will ever address first principle claims being made by government, because that literally puts the entire Malum Prohibitum industry into jeopardy. It puts the court's ability to enforce these Malum Prohibitum laws against the people in jeopardy, which is a good thing if you're the people, a very bad thing if you're the government.
Oh, this is beautiful. I'm gonna send it to him. Maybe I'll ask someone to make a short clip of this because it's such a nice defense. What I usually say in defense of Roger is that if him, with all the resources that he has at his disposal, and in this ridiculous situation cannot get away from it, it means that all of us are screwed. Because if the government comes for me or for someone else who's not a billionaire, who doesn't have the same access to lawyers, it means that basically everyone who has ever used Bitcoin in a way that they don't like is liable to possibly go to jail for tax reasons that they're gonna make up retroactively. Because when we used Bitcoin, there was no such law in place. But then they made up the law, and retroactively they started applying it to people who they deemed to be interesting or from whom they wanted to extort some kind of money. And I've had Paul Stortz on the show like 6 or 7 months ago, and he made this case that back in 2013, when supposedly the tax evasion happened, allegedly, this is what they're saying, Bitcoin was so small, and it was just a bunch of people who were involved in it, and the number of exchanges was small, the liquidity for it was small. It's not the same picture that we have today, where you have a bunch of exchanges. If you have like 10,000 Bitcoin, you can sell it on the market. There's enough liquidity for it. You know, it's a completely different environment, but the IRS is acting like 2013 was just like 2025 in terms of liquidity for Bitcoin and market access and all of these network effects that have been developed over the years. And that really sucks. And honestly, I don't understand why some people don't get it. Like, I understand they hate Roger personally, but they don't see how not standing up for his defense might actually create a precedent that's gonna come biting them back in the future.
Correct. I agree. I think a lot of people, right? I mean, we look at it as it's a civic duty, right? You have to pay your taxes. We've been trained, we've been indoctrinated to believe it's a civic duty. You have to pay your taxes. And the reality is what we've been indoctrinated to believe and what we can really prove in court if we had true, pure due process rights are two completely different things. It'd be impossible for government to prove that the people are obligated to obey any of their mal prohibitum laws. We're not just talking about a tax law here. We're talking about all mal prohibitum laws. It would be impossible for government to prove that the people are actually obligated to obey those laws if the people invoked pure due process rights in the courts, and the courts were 50-50. They were straight up and down, fair, unbiased, impartial. The government could not prove that we the people are obligated to obey their mal prohibitum laws. I mean, you can't, like I said, you can't just say I'm obligated to obey because they have the barrel end of government guns pointed at me. That's not a legitimate obligation to obey. That's, being obligated to obey because you're going to die if you don't, or you're going to be imprisoned if you don't. Not because they have a legitimate obligation to obey. It's literally at the barrel of government guns. And that's incompatible with freedom. it's incompatible with liberty. And it's taxation to me is something that should be abolished. But when you have the majority of society that believes wholeheartedly that it's your civic duty to pay taxes, and then you get somebody like Roger Ver that is saying, hey, I paid my taxes and I left, and now the IRS is saying that there's, some numbers that weren't right or whatever the case may be, and now we're coming after you. And the people that believe, because they've been indoctrinated to believe that taxation is a civic duty, of course they're going to go right along with government and go after Roger Ver like he should pay his fair share. It's insanity when we should look at, hey, you claim I'm obligated to obey your tax laws. That is the claim that government's making against me. Well, I have a right to say prove it, not with guns, but with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. And if you can prove it, then you can point your gun at me for compliance. But you can't point your gun at me and say, you're obligated to obey. And if you don't, I'm going to pull the trigger for compliance. That's insanity. And for a judge to allow that to happen because he takes judicial notice or he claims it's settled law, and the judge willfully and publicly shields the claimant's fundamental, foundational, first principle claim that we, the people, are obligated to obey their Prohibitum laws, shields that claim from my due process scrutiny, that I can't scrutinize that claim because the judge just says judicial notice. Well, the judge is violating my due process rights. I recognize the foundational first principle claim from the government that they're obligated to obey. We can get a judge to clearly admit that on the record. You can literally ask the judge, is that claimant coming into the courtroom claiming I violated tax laws? The judge is going to say yes. Is that claimant, therefore, claiming I'm obligated to obey those tax laws? The judge is going to say yes. Well, the judge just recognized two claims. You have a right to challenge both of those claims. When the judge only allows you to challenge the claim that you violated the tax laws, but doesn't allow you to challenge the first principle claim that you're obligated to obey those tax laws, that's classic basic due process violation 101. And the fact that that happens in America, even in traffic court where there's no victim, you go 5 miles an hour over the speed limit and they give you a ticket. They're claiming you violated their traffic law, but they're also claiming, whether they want to admit it or not, they're also claiming that you're obligated to obey that traffic law. You have a right to make them prove that you're obligated to obey that traffic law before you address the claim that you violated that traffic law. And we have judges, and I have it on my YouTube channel, where I had a judge literally tell me, we are not here to address the claim of an obligation to obey. We are here only to address the violation. Well, if the judge is not going to allow me my due process scrutiny right to scrutinize the government's claim that I'm obligated to obey that traffic law, how is that not a due process violation? It is. It's absolutely a due process violation. But the courts are so ingrained into settled law, judicial notice. It's the way it's always been. I mean, that doesn't change the fact that that judge is violating a human being's due process rights that they are conceived with. And I truly believe that if Roger Ver went into an American courtroom and invoked his full due process rights that the Constitution recognizes, instead of accepting the watered down due process that the government offers Roger Ver as a privilege. And that due process is, you can challenge the claim of violation, but you can't challenge the claim that you're obligated to obey. Well, that's a watered down due process that is you find in the government's own legal framework. Don't invoke that due process. That's a privileged due process. We have a human right to the due process that the Constitution recognizes in the United States, and that is the due process rights that we are all inherently conceived with, not that is given to us as a watered down version by government. Does that make sense?
You keep asking me this, but it does make a lot of sense, and it's refreshing to hear, to be honest. Like, you don't just acknowledge that the bully is right and you should try to meet the demands. You're taking it back to first principles and the first actual document that established any kind of social contract or consent of the governed or whatever you want to call it, which is the Constitution.
Correct. Correct. Absolutely. And a lot of people that I think the Constitution can also be somewhat of a tool that statists will use to convolute the idea that a claim is being made, a foundational first principle claim. And a lot of people will say, well, your rights come from the Constitution. I don't believe that's true. I believe the Constitution, and we can see this uh, spelled out in the Declaration of Independence, where the Constitution recognizes that we have inalienable rights that are granted to us from our Creator, not from a government. And so that means that our due process rights are something we are conceived with, that the Constitution doesn't give to us. Instead, the Constitution recognizes that those are rights that we are inherently conceived with. And the Constitution is human beings' best attempt at protecting the individual's human rights to full due process from government's desire, natural desire to want to erode due process rights of the individual. And so a lot of people look at the Constitution as something that gave us due process rights. The Constitution never gave us due process rights. The Constitution recognized the rights that we were inherently conceived with and is a legal attempt, a best legal attempt at trying to keep government from violating those due process rights. And that is a reality that I firmly believe people should really understand, that we shouldn't look to the Constitution as something that we get our rights from. The Constitution is strictly a legal attempt to stop government from violating the rights we were conceived with. And the major one is due process. The due process that we are afforded here in America, in Canada, across Europe, all across the Western world, the due process that we are afforded from our courts is a watered down version of due process, where the government is in conjunction with the courts instead of the courts being separate. They literally created this legal framework with a watered down version of due process. They then saddled the judge with this legal framework that somehow empowers the judge, doesn't truly empower the judge, but it certainly gives them the ability to, have their bailiff point guns at people that ask the right questions. And it gives the judge the ability to slant and rest on presumption that first principle claims are true, rather than being straight up and down, fair and impartial and unbiased, and force the claimant to prove that claim true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. And so it's that slant in the court again. And that's where you find tyranny. That's where you find oppression. That's where you find tax slaves. And Roger Ver right now is a tax slave that is not exercising his pure due process rights to walk into an American court and say, you can claim that I violated your tax laws, but first I have a human right to recognize that the claim being made against me is a first principle claim, and that is that I'm obligated to obey the government's created tax laws. When Roger Ver does that, that is when government you'll notice they will absolutely start to backpedal if he can hold the judge to be straight up and down. And you have to threaten the judge literally with, going to appellate courts and saying, hey, I want you, the judge, because I have a right to a fair and impartial judge that isn't going to take judicial notice and just assume that the foundational first principle claim being made by government is true. And actually force the government to prove that claim true by keeping the court straight up and down. If Roger were to, keep that judge straight up and down, then the judge would have to recognize that the government's first principle claim is that Roger is obligated to obey. Well, what's the judge's natural job? To make the complaining party, the one that's making the claim, prove that claim true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. The judge would literally have to look at the government and say, what valid, verifiable, non-circular facts can you present this courtroom that would prove the government's first principle claim that Roger Ver is obligated to obey tax laws? And that is where the government has nothing. They have nothing. They cannot prove that Roger Ver is obligated to obey the government's tax laws. What do they have? They have the ability to use intimidation, coercion, and force to enforce their tax laws. But what happens in court is they cannot prove they have the right to enforce those tax laws. If you cannot prove the right to enforce tax laws, yet you exercise the ability to enforce those tax laws anyways, what are you?
I'm
What do
not
you
gonna
call
say it out
someone?
loud, but yeah, pretty much a slave.
Well, what do you call someone that exercises the ability to take someone's value, but cannot show the right to take that value?
A professional, a true professional, yeah. A
A
government
criminal.
official, a criminal, yeah. A thief.
A
I mean,
criminal. A thief doesn't have the right to take your money, but they have the ability to point a gun at you and say, give me your money. Well, if government can't prove that you're obligated to obey their tax laws, yet they're still taking your money through the use of intimidation, coercion, and force, what is that called? When you're exercising an ability that you can't prove you have a right.
you tell me.
It's a criminal. And in the case of government, when that same crime is being conducted on every single working human being, not just one, what is it called then? A crime against humanity. When the government has the ability, which they do, they'll send armed people to take your stuff. When the government has the ability to take your value, but they cannot in their own courts prove that you are obligated to obey the document that they say allows them to take your money, they can't prove you're obligated to obey it. Crimes against humanity. Now, if they could prove that the people are obligated to obey the tax laws, then they go and enforce those tax laws. There is no crime. But the reality is, no government on the face of this planet has the evidence, the proof to prove that any of us are obligated to obey their tax laws. They just have the ability to point guns at you. And when they have the ability to point guns without being able to prove the right to point that gun, it's crimes against humanity. In other words, taxation is a crime against humanity. Unless some government can magically, in a fair and impartial court, prove that we, the people, are obligated to obey those tax laws, then it's a crime against humanity. And we've normalized that crime against humanity in this world. And that is so wrong on so many different levels because there are a lot of people that are affected by this. It lowers people's standard of living. It puts people in jail. It allows government to steal people's property. There's so many negative effects that have been so normalized in society. And now it's so normalized that we have people thinking that anybody advocating for no taxes doesn't understand how we pay for roads and schools and bridges and blah, blah. There's always an excuse as to why the crime against humanity called taxation is a necessity. And I think Roger Ver would be wise to really stand up and challenge the first principle claim that he's obligated to obey tax laws in the first place.
Yeah, I wish him all the best. As far as I know, he's going to court next month in October. And he has some of the best lawyers. He has a lot of libertarians who are backing his case. And he has some very solid arguments for his defense, like the attorney client, what do you call this, confidentiality, which was breached.
Mhm.
And also the fact that he doesn't even know how much he should be paying. He just knows that he's going to jail unless he pays, but he doesn't know how much he's supposed to pay, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely rigged. They're just trying to railroad him and try to tie him up. I guess he came out with that book as well, and that Bitcoin hijack book, and I guess that's when they went after him. So they have a reason to want to really quiet this guy down. Um, but I know like his lawyers are going to do what typical lawyers do, and they're going to check. They're going to defend Roger Ver against the secondary claim that he violated tax laws. And I think it would be incredibly beneficial if they put all that aside for now and focus solely on forcing the government in front of a fair and impartial judge to prove that Roger Ver, or anyone else for that matter, is obligated to obey those tax laws in the first place. That's never been done in America. There have been a lot of people that have gone into court, like Irwin Schiff is a famous one that went into court. Um, there are a lot of people that went into court against the IRS and lost. However, these people all went into court making claims of their own, as opposed to recognizing the claim being made, the first principle claim being made by government, and then just holding them accountable to prove that claim true. For example, Irwin Schiff walked into court claiming that uh, the tax laws were unconstitutional. Well, the judge did his job in that case. The judge recognized that Irwin Schiff.
Oh no, he's gone again. I don't know exactly what it is that's happening in the background that he drops out. He was on fire and now he got interrupted. I apologize for these guys. Don't forget to also like and subscribe. And as we wait for him to come back, I'm gonna mention that this episode is sponsored by Bitcoin.com News and Layer 2 Labs, Noans.com, Huddling.ch, Sideshift.ai, and Citrea.xyz. And you're back. Can you hear me? Check.
There I am. I think I'm back.
Oh, you're
I'm
back. It's the feds who are messing with our communications.
There we go. Sorry about that. So getting back to where Roger Ver, if Roger Ver were to really address the claim that he's obligated to obey the tax laws in the first place, and demand, literally invoke his pure due process rights and demand that the judge recognize that the government's foundational claim is that he's obligated to obey, and then demand that the judge do his job and compel the government to prove that claim true. We would be, Roger Ver would be in a much better situation. But the reality is, it would be a fight because judges are not trained to not only recognize first and foremost that the government's first principle claim is a claim. You have to get the judge to recognize that, which isn't a difficult thing to do. But to get the judge to then compel the claimant to prove that claim true is, well, it's a mountain to climb, but it's something that can be done and should be done in my view. And I think before Roger Ver's legal team ever addresses the claim of a violation, I think Roger's Ver team should absolutely address the insane claim that Roger Ver is obligated to obey the tax laws in the first place, and that he's ever been obligated to obey those tax laws, which means if the judge fails to compel the claimant to prove that foundational claim true, well, Roger already paid that claimant a whole bunch of money back in, what was it, 2015, something like that, when he left. He should try to
I
get
think it
that
was
money
13
back.
or 14.
13 or 4. Okay, yeah. So I know it was a while ago. He should try to get that money back. Hey, you took this money from me. well, we all assumed I was obligated to obey, but now that nobody can prove I'm obligated to obey, you took that money from me erroneously. Therefore, he should really try to get his money back that every penny he's ever paid in taxes, he should try to get back. That's how powerful challenging the foundational claim of an obligation to obey tax laws could be. He would be completely in his right to do that. And I believe that would be the avenue for Roger. That would be the best avenue for Roger Ver and his legal team to really focus on. And that's not defending against the claim that he violated the tax laws, but the first principle foundational claim that he's obligated to obey those tax laws in the first place.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to add. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert in US affairs. It's just that this is obviously an unjust case. I used to think that it was just the Biden administration's attack on the whole industry, and they had this whole Operation Choke Point going on. But it seems like the Trump administration is not very friendly to him either. I think at one point Elon Musk commented that he sort of gave up on his membership rights when he renounced citizenship, and therefore they cannot do anything for him.
Well, and that's not true at all
But then they should leave
because
him alone by the same logic.
yeah, I think the one thing when Roger Ver gave up his U.S. citizenship, it doesn't change the fact that the claimant is the government, and the claimant is claiming he's obligated to obey. And it's that claim. I don't think we should focus on any other claim. The claim from the government is that Roger Ver is obligated to obey. His status as a U.S. citizenship does not change the fact that the U.S. government is the claimant in this case, and they're making that first principle foundational claim that Roger Ver is obligated to obey. Any other, um, you know, label that we could give to Roger Ver matters not. It doesn't matter whether the label is he's a U.S. citizen or he's an expat, or whatever his label is does not matter. He's a human being that is having a claim being made against him. Now, the one claim that has been submitted to the courts, and that is a claim that Roger Ver violated the tax laws. The claim that is assumed and uh, is not submitted to the courts that in a way that would satisfy due process notice is the foundational first principle claim that Roger Ver is obligated to obey the government's tax laws in the first place. And we should throw everything else out the window and have the judge recognize that the government is claiming Roger Ver is obligated to obey, and the judge should compel the claimant to prove that claim true with valid, verifiable, non-circular facts. And everything else should be pushed aside until that foundational first principle claim is proven. If it's proven, then you can move on to the claim of violation and address that issue. If the claim of an obligation to obey is not proven, that's the end of the case. The government's case is over. They have no case if you can't prove Roger Ver is obligated to obey their mal prohibitum law called tax laws.
I wanted to get back to the previous topic a bit and ask you if you are aware of any other WWE wrestlers being into Bitcoin, or if you're not, who do you think is most inclined or most open minded to become a Bitcoiner?
Well, I don't know who's specifically into Bitcoin right now, other than I know Jinder, what's his name, Jinder Mahal.
Oh, yeah.
I think he was into Bitcoin. He may still be. Uh, there were
He's
a few
Canadian
other
also, right?
guys.
But he had this Indian persona.
Yes, yeah, I believe that's true. Yeah, he's Canadian. Um, but I know at one point he was heavily into it. And I can't really think of too many other guys that were into it. I've had guys ask me about it, especially at appearances and whatnot. Should they, put up signs that say, hey, we accept Bitcoin and whatnot at the autograph sessions and things like that. Um, People have asked me about it, but I don't really know of any other pro wrestler that's heavily into cryptocurrency and Bitcoin as a replacement for fiat currency. I know they still ask promoters for, US dollars when they're getting ready to perform. Um, I like to ask for Bitcoin payment all the time. I have yet to have a promoter pay me in Bitcoin, but I ask every time.
Well, that's the beautiful part, right? Because it's gonna stick in the back of their mind that someone wants that, and they're gonna think of ways to make it happen. And if they keep getting demands for it, that's how you get them to accept and basically say, okay, let me enable this way for you to receive money. Oh, he's out again. I guess every time he gets a phone call or something, his Google Meet application. Is it because you're getting phone calls that you drop out?
No, I'm not sure why it's dropping out. I think I might be hitting something on my earbuds, maybe, or something like that. I'm not sure what happened there.
Okay. I was just saying that it's good that you're creating demand for Bitcoin in the back of people's minds because that's how they get to accept it. And that's how they understand it's something that someone wants to get paid in. And the more people ask for it, the more, I guess, action is going to be made towards actually paying in Bitcoin. But it
Yeah,
says on Wikipedia
that
that
that.
you're retired. So when was the last time you wrestled and you got paid for it?
Oh, I guess I wrestled. What about 2 years ago? I guess it was. Had a little match. But no, I got paid in U.S. dollars, and then I just take the U.S. dollars and convert it all into Bitcoin, and then put a little bit in Monero, and Monero's really the one that I tend to like the most right now. But I'm a big privacy protocol guy. That Zano is really good. Zcash, obviously. Um, I haven't used Zcash yet, but I definitely want to give it a shot and find out what anything that's going to add privacy into transactions, be decentralized, and be able to eliminate the third party banks. That's key for me. So, you have Monero, Zcash, even Digibyte added Taproot to their protocol last year. Um, you got Tari, which is another uh, really good, I guess you could say, a really good, what's being portrayed as a privacy platform, privacy built into the layer one, the foundation of Tari. That really piques my interest. Beam privacy is another one. Um, the Litecoin with the M web on it. Um, that's interesting as well. I have yet to experiment with the Litecoin privacy features, but I'm going to give that a shot as well. Anything
It's on
that's
Cake Wallet. So if you're using Cake Wallet, you actually have access to MWeb on Litecoin.
yes, I do have MWeb on my Cake wallets. I just haven't used it on there yet. I mostly use Zano and Monero on my Cake wallet, but I do have Litecoin on there.
I can send you
Yeah.
$1 just so you understand how it works.
Oh, that'd be fantastic. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Yeah, Cake wallet to me is probably the best wallet I've used in years. I used, basic wallets like Coinami and whatnot over the years, but Cake Wallet, especially with its privacy aspects to it and its desire to want to cater to more privacy protocols, really kind of got me looking at Cake Wallet, and I downloaded it and fell in love with Cake Wallet. I think Cake Wallet's a fantastic product.
Yeah, it's really nice and it offers lots of features. And the best part is how easy you can swap between the coins. Because sometimes you're at some sort of event and someone wants to send you, let's say, Dash. You're like, I'm not really into Dash, but then you can have it. I think it's supported in Cake Wallet. And then you can swap it for something that you want. Like if you want Monero or Litecoin or Bitcoin, you can just swap into that. Of course, you pay a
Yeah, now
fee, but
I don't think Dash is in Cake Wallet as of yet. Um, at least not that I know of. Maybe it is an option in there now. I know they keep updating it, but I haven't seen it in there as of yet.
let me take a look. I
I think
remember I
Tari would
interviewed
be a
Vic and we talked about all of the coins that they support. So you go to create new wallet, and they have, yeah, they don't have Dash, they have Decred. I sort of confused them.
Decred, yeah. Yeah. I would like to see Tari and Beam and even Zcash in there. Um, that would be fantastic. I think Digibyte might be a good implementation in Cake Wallet as well. Cake Digibyte Digibyte to me, it's an old school blockchain. It's a great blockchain for moving value around quickly and cheaply. But it was the lack of privacy was a concern of mine. But now that they've added Taproot in there, apparently that's drastically increased the privacy feature
Not so much, really,
in
because
Digibyte.
Bitcoin also has it. It only, so the kind of privacy that Taproot gives you is when you create contracts with spending conditions. And let's say that
Oh,
you create free conditions under which you're going to move the coins. These conditions will not be visible on chain. On what will be visible on chain is only the one that triggers. So the one that actually works for moving the coins. But the others still remain private. It's not really a privacy tool in as much as hiding the sender or the receiver or the amount. It's just something that offers maybe a, a tiny bit of deniability. But I was going to mention something else
gotcha.
because you have on your Twitter profile a mention about XVG, which is Verge. And that goes
Yes.
back like 7 years ago or something. I remember they had this incredibly funny moment when they announced that they're going to get mainstream adoption, which for them meant that they were going to be supported by Pornhub.
I remember that. I remember that.
They made a video about
Tremendous.
it. They announced that cam models and porn stars and whatever on the website were going to get optionally get paid in Verge. That was an option.
Yes, I remember that. I remember that.
It was
That
so
was
funny. And
hilarious.
coming from you, the person who played a porn star on TV, it comes back full circle.
Yep, yep. I think that's I looked at Verge. Now Verge when it was first being developed was being developed as a privacy coin. It never really developed into what I would consider privacy other than the fact that you could go through Tor with it just natively through the wallet. Um, but it never really lived up to, I mean, it's to me, it was easy to move value around, super cheap, but the privacy feature was a little something left to be desired, and it never really developed out into a full blown privacy protocol. Monero is the one that built privacy right into layer one, and to me that was really what opened my eyes to Monero.
I'm not gonna try to FUD Monero right now. It's just that I hope they're gonna get the full chain membership proofs as soon as possible because right now the model for the privacy of the sender relies on decoys, and you have 16 decoys. Your transaction is one of 16, and that's not ideal compared to
Not
other
ideal, yeah.
protocols. For example, in Zcash, it's fully encrypted. Like you can't even tell how much was sent from whom and to whom.
Correct. Now isn't the Tari or Beam privacy protocols follow that same kind of Zcash type scenario?
Not really, because for example, Beam is something that uses Mimblewimble, and that one is based on pruning old transactions. So basically, the blockchain is only gonna include the relevant transactions for maintaining the math for the amount of coins that exist in circulation. But the intermediary transactions, which are basically just A sending to C and C sending to B and so on and so forth, are basically removed from the history. And that's the way in which it does privacy. It also has something else that's called Lelantus that was built by the Firo guys, and it's sort of a hybrid. I think it's cool. I think it's super underrated. It deserves more love, but it's not as powerful and cryptographically advanced as Zcash. I think Zcash right now is state of the art in terms of research and development. The trade off with
Interesting.
Zcash is that
Interesting.
it's optionally private. So most people or a lot of people can use it without actually touching the shielded pool that grants you privacy, and they're gonna think they're private while they're not. So that's something that
That could be an issue.
can be terrible for Zcash. But to their defense, they actually built a nice wallet which has a shielding feature for all funds. And it's fairly easy for you to realize and understand how many of your coins are shielded and which ones you want to be sending to someone else. So they have
Oh,
made
that'd
some
be cool.
progress.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out Zcash.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you after
Privacy
this
to
interview
me,
to download a wallet so that you can receive some coins. Maybe ask the Zcash community to also welcome you with some gifts. I don't know. No
yeah,
promises
that'd be
here.
great.
It's up to them.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, that'd be fantastic. Heck yeah.
Because you can spend it in the US if you're aware of Flexa, which is a payments processor.
Uh-huh.
You
I'm not
can
aware of that. I've never heard that one
you
before.
can basically go to any merchant that supports Flexa payments and you can pay with your Zcash for it. And it's a very private payment that you can make in store. One of the creators of Zcash goes to Chipotle. Is that how you pronounce it? Chipotle?
What is it? Oh, Chipotle.
Chipotle, exactly. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He goes to that one and pays regularly with his Zcash wallet.
And you can do this at all Chipotles in America?
Yeah.
Really? And so, okay, it's called
Flexa.
Flexa.
That's the payments
Flexa.
processor. But the Zcash wallet, which is called Zashi, Zashi, has an integration with Flexa. So you can pay directly. You can even tap your phone like you're using a card.
I may have to go try that today. I may have to give myself some Zcash and go give that a shot.
Yeah, I'll send
Just
you
to
some.
say that I actually bought something with crypto from an actual brick and mortar store.
Yeah. I mean, that's a very cool experience. You should try it. I'm jealous, to be honest, because I'm not in the US. I don't have any place where I can try that. But there are some of these business people, like the people behind Flexa, who are trying to support this economy as much as possible.
Oh, very good. Well, that's definitely a step in the right direction for sure.
I think they also support Litecoin if you have any of that.
Oh, I got some Litecoin. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely use Litecoin. So the Flexa will also do Litecoin as well.
Yeah, it's on their website. You can
Oh,
check it out.
ideal. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to definitely check that
I'm
out
not
for
sure
sure.
which merchants support Flexa, but it's sort of a big deal in the US.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. I never even heard of that before. I'm gonna have to definitely check it. I might have to do that today.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'll
even film
onboard
it.
you to Zcash. I gotta somehow reward you for your time and effort and your knowledge that you shared here. And I never pay my guests. I think it sort of perverts the incentives. Like this is supposed to be a friendly and honest conversation, but it doesn't mean that we cannot send each other some gifts just to show how tech works.
Absolutely. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, I think you
Oh,
switched
okay.
from the
I don't know what.
headphones or something.
Yeah, I think I touched something on my little headphone box and it went into speaker there real quick. Um, yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to even have to film myself buying some Chipotle today, maybe, and post that with some Zcash. That'd be interesting.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna onboard you and watch the video. Have fun
There
because
we go.
this is the way it's supposed to be. This is how Bitcoin was being used like 7, 8 years ago when we had BitPay that was getting a lot of network effects. And then suddenly
Yes.
we decided that Bitcoin is not for spending, it's for savings.
Yeah, I see. To me, the one thing that I think really may have slowed Bitcoin adoption down was being able to have it sent almost immediately. The second you hit send, you didn't have to wait for the recipient to get it in their wallet and to have it confirmed. Um, you know, I notice it today that with stuff like Monero and things like that, it happens incredibly fast. With Bitcoin, I mean, sometimes if I'm making a payment, sometimes I could be sitting there a good couple of minutes before it goes through. And I think that speed is definitely going to be an issue going forward. In terms of adoption, stores wanting to adopt it straight across the board. I know they were working on Lightning Network, and that was being. Now I don't know whether Steak and Shake is using the Lightning Network or if they're just accepting Bitcoin directly. But you can definitely use Bitcoin at Steak and Shake restaurants here.
I think they have some sort of integration with Lightning, with a payments processor. And I'm not sure that they run their own node or it's fully sovereign. Maybe it's just a way for them to accept credit. Lightning, if you think about it, is a way for you to transfer Bitcoin credit very fast, and it's gonna get settled later. That's sort
Yeah,
of the philosophy behind it. It does have some privacy properties because the sender has pretty good privacy, the receiver really doesn't. It's not as good as, even though there's a guy who argues for it, it's not as good as Monero. And the user experience is also much worse for Lightning. Like, you can get failed payments, you need some patience. Bootstrapping with Lightning is quite an effort. There was even a video of Donald Trump making his first Bitcoin payment with Lightning, and he sort of struggled with his phone and he needed the assistance of someone, and it was so embarrassing thinking about it. Like, okay, we built this tech, we're gonna show it to this guy who's running for president, because this was last year, and then you realize that he's struggling to use it.
yeah. It would have been interesting if someone had have done that with President Trump with Monero. That would have been excellent. Hey, I'm going to send Monero to someone. What would the optics be on that? Oh, President Trump using Monero. What's he buying on the dark web?
What are you selling on the dark web? Because you do have something as a listing on XMR Bazaar, right?
What I have on XMR Bazaar is my wrestling stuff. Just a couple of things. I got some 8x10s on there that I can sign for people. I got a Val Venus t-shirt, a Hello Biological Ladies t-shirt on there. I got the Val Venus is my bud tender t-shirt on there, which is a pretty cool shirt. um, but yeah, I put a lot of stuff up there on my XMR Bazaar store, or I'm going to put a lot more stuff up there that's wrestling related. I think XMR Bazaar is a great platform for people to buy and sell in Monero. I think it's fantastic. It's just a matter of people adopting it and actually beginning to use Monero as money instead of you know, holding it and saving it. And, I mean, obviously saving it's different. You're going to hold US dollars or save US dollars. Well, the same thing could be true with Monero. You're going to hold it and save it. But you obviously have to pay bills. If bills and things could be paid for with things like Monero, Zano, Zcash, I think it would do tremendous, uh, tremendous things for helping society acquire more freedoms and more liberties. Just that simple change in society, if we change from fiat currency to cryptographically protected privacy decentralized coins, I think you would see a huge empowerment of humanity in terms of people embracing true freedom and liberty. I think you'd have people's standard of living rise as well. Uh, and especially if we can get away from pricing everything in US dollars and instead price things in something that can't be diluted, or let's call it what it really is, have value stolen from it through counterfeiting, and use something like Bitcoin, where there's only 21 million coins. I think you would see the standard of living of humans increase drastically across all sectors, whether it's all classes, whether it's the poor, the middle class, the wealthy. I think you see all classes become more lifted than what they are now.
Yeah, and once again, I think it goes back to your predisposition to trust. Would you rather trust your politicians and your central bankers and your banking class, or would you rather trust the free market? And for myself, it's a more obvious choice that the free market is global, is decentralized, is immune to. I'm from Romania, right? For me, what the politicians are doing locally cannot really affect what's happening with Bitcoin. And it makes a lot more
Right.
sense to put my trust into something which is global, trades 24/7, has millions of people who believe in it, than to trust in the national currency of my country, which can be diluted very easily, underperforms against the dollar and the euro, and is generally just a local medium of exchange. I try to use cash as much as I can because I don't like to use banks. But it's not a good way to save money. It's not a good way to actually exchange for something else because the network effect is very small. It's only within the borders of this country that the currency gets accepted. So for me, it makes a lot of sense to trust free market money, and also had some generational bad experience, if I am allowed to use this term, because my grandparents had their whole wealth seized by the communists who came to power. And my grandparents were not allowed to own anything because they basically lived most of their lives in this communist regime. My parents had their wedding just a month before the communist system collapsed, and the money that they raised to buy a new car under communism was diluted by inflation to the point that they could only get a couch. And
Oh,
the 90s were super wild in this part of the world. Like, basically, my parents took a loan for an apartment for 10 years to pay for it. But due to the currency inflation and the fact that they took the loan in the national currency, were able to pay it off in like 2 years because it was fixed
yeah.
amount. Basically, it worked for them. It was apparently a good idea to take loans at the time. They were not aware of it, but it just seemed to work like this. But right now, if I want to do the same, it's gonna take me 30 years to pay.
Yeah, it's crazy. The entire banking system to me is what should be just a ledger. Banks should just be a ledger. And you take enough fees that would, satisfy the job of being the people's ledger, right? That's what banks are. They're keeping track of whose value is moved to who, and who pays who what. But instead, they become counterfeiters. And so while they maintain that ledger, they also, just create currency out of thin air. It's fractional reserve banking. You put $100 into a bank, and that bank can all of a sudden loan out $1,000. Where'd that other $900 come from? Well, it's just created. They literally just created out of thin air. And every time they do that, it's stealing our value that we as people create getting up and going to work every day. And it steals that value out of the dollars without having to steal the dollars themselves. And it's the biggest scam ever because, like you said, your parents were trying to save for a car. They were trying to save the fiat currency for that car. But by the time they acquired what would have been the amount to buy that car, there was no more value in it. They could only enough value to buy a couch. And so that theft of value, that's real value that was stolen from your parents, yet the fiat currency was still in their possession. And to me, that is the one of the slimiest, biggest scams ever foisted onto humanity. And that is central banking. It's banking. It's fiat currency, um, fractional reserve banking. Literally counterfeiting. There's no other way to. We can describe it as fractional reserve banking, but when you call something fractional reserve banking, it kind of gives it the sound of legitimacy. When in reality, they're counterfeiters. They're counterfeiting the currency and stealing the value, and that's criminal. The fact that we've been trained to say, oh no, that's what we call fractional reserve banking and central banking or whatever the case may be, and it's fiat currency. I mean, it gives it the illusion of legitimacy, but the reality is it's human beings calling themselves bankers stealing the value that we create working through counterfeiting. That's what it is. And so, and the end result is you save up for a car and you can buy a couch.
Yeah, for me, it's always funny when people complain about volatility, and I'm like, yeah, man, I grew up in this country that had a hyperinflationary economy for like 2 or 3 years in the 90s. I was brought up in this economy, and maybe I was not aware of it directly, but my parents were, and they educated me in this spirit. And it's much easier for me to understand free market money or to trust that the market is more efficient than whatever the government does. I wish maybe some Latin American immigrants in the US have the same experience because I see that they are much more against communism than the average New York incumbent or inhabitant. But I wish more of the Americans have this spirit. Like you're part of Generation X. I think your generation was much more liberty minded than what came after. I think my generation, which is Generation Y or millennials or whatever you want to call us, we tend to be more leftist. And the
Yeah.
generation that came after is even more leftist. And it seems like the Zoomers, the ones who were born after the 2010s, are the ones who tend to be more right wing because they see that there's such a scam in everything and they're disadvantaged from every point of view. Where they look at life, they realize that they're screwed. They have to work for the Ponzi pension scheme and they have to basically fix the mistakes of everyone who came before them. And it's a huge burden and they don't want to. Why would they want to? Makes no sense.
Yeah. Yep. And I think we have a huge portion of society that's um, been somewhat indoctrinated to be dependent on government. There's a lot of folks out there that cannot envision lesser government. People believe government's a necessity, and I think that's the indoctrination of what we would call a public education system, I guess. And like I said, we go back to prior to me being confronted by Revenue Canada, which was what sparked, that it hooked me onto politics. Prior to that, I wasn't involved in politics at all. I didn't care about politics. I didn't think about politics. I was a teenager. But like I said earlier, if you had have asked me what my positions were on healthcare, retirement, all those things, my answers would have led you to conclude that, hey, he holds a lot of socialist views, which would be true. But if you had told me that to my face, I would have got socialist views. What does that even mean? I had no idea back then what that meant, which means, how did I acquire socialist views? Which means we have to ask that question: how did I acquire those socialist views without even knowing what socialism was? Well, the reality is, I learned it from all of my teachers in school telling me that's the way it is. My parents saying it's your civic duty to pay taxes. It's all of our civic duty. These things are indoctrinated into us from very early ages. We become statists. It wasn't until the Revenue Canada stole my value that I went out and acquired myself through cleaning eaves troughs. When they stole that value, that's really when my confusion goggles were ripped off my face. I, I was no longer confused as to what just happened to me. I knew I was stolen from. What I was confused about was how they can get away with that. And that's when you start to learn how people are indoctrinated. They get away with it because we call ourselves taxpayers and we call them the government, as if that really means anything. We don't look deeper into those realities. And the reality is their government. I'm a taxpayer. I should just pay. It's my civic duty. And we're indoctrinated just to believe that and not ask questions about that relationship. Well, when I started asking questions about that relationship, you start to realize it doesn't take long that, wait a minute, there is a lot more to this relationship. And them being called government and claiming I'm a taxpayer, yet they can't prove I'm a taxpayer. How do I know they can't prove I'm a taxpayer? They won't even let me go into court to challenge the claim that I'm a taxpayer. You know what I mean? Which is a due process violation. So you have to go down that rabbit hole and really uncover and figure out what the illusions are and what empowers those illusions. Well, what empowers those, let's call them delusions, that we're taxpayers is the fact that courts are slanted and you're not allowed to challenge the claim that you're obligated to obey because that's settled law. And when you can challenge the claim that you're obligated to obey, then the courts have then become straightened up. And when courts are straightened up, that government sitting in the plaintiff's table cannot prove that you're obligated to obey the written instruments they call tax laws. And so that breaks the illusion. And so it goes a lot more than just what we've been constantly pounded into our heads. You're a taxpayer, and that's the government, that's the relationship. You live by that. Instead, we're now asking questions. And those questions are, you have a written instrument called tax laws that the government claims I'm obligated to obey, and I have a due process inherent right to have a fair and impartial judge compel the government to prove that claim true. But whoever does that? Nobody does that. They always only defend against the claim of a violation of those Prohibitum laws, and they completely ignore the claim that you're obligated to obey those Prohibitum laws. And so breaking down those delusions and really drilling down into what empowers those delusions is where you will find truth. It's where you will find logic. It's where you will find reason. And you will find those three things: truth, fact, and logic and reason. Four things. You will find those four things in the same place that you will find true freedom and true liberty.
Oh, that's so nice. But I was gonna add this because if you come from Canada, you also become aware that part of your tax money goes to the Queen of England.
Yes.
And that also
It's
feels like a huge scam. You're like, why? That's like an ocean away from me. Why should I send money to that place?
and that's where when you drill down into what empowers that, that is it's the royal family is all part of the central banking cartel. And so the idea is to move value from working people to the oligarchs. They're part of that system. And so that's the scam. That's how they do it. They use fiat currency to have the people in Canada and in the UK that are actually getting up and going to work every day to provide a product or a service for their fellow man. And as they create that value, they tokenize that value into the central banker's product called fiat currency. And then all of a sudden, that product can be taxed away from you and delivered to the oligarchs that desire it, or it can be stolen out of the fiat currency you've already worked for through counterfeiting. And that's generally the main theft of value from the central banking cartel comes from counterfeiting, and the main theft of value from the government comes from their direct taxation. So we're being stolen from twice here.
Yep. I have some questions from the audience that have been posted over the last couple of days. Do you want to take some of them?
Sure.
We can do like a rapid fire. What was it like to be trained by Dory Funk Jr., a true legend in the business? This is from Shielded Mark.
Dory Funk Jr. He was a small part of my training. Um, I was originally trained by Dewey Robertson's son, the Missing Link's son, and the Missing Link. So Jason Robertson and Dewey Robertson were the guys I was trained under. Then I started wrestling, and I would consider my training became people like Doc Dean, um, Dave Taylor, Robbie Brookside. Well, not so much Robbie. I didn't wrestle a whole lot with Robbie Brookside over in England, but definitely with Dave Taylor, Steve Regal, Doc Dean. Those guys I learned tremendous amounts from. When I got down into Puerto Rico, I started learning more storytelling and learned a lot about storytelling in Puerto Rico. Then in Mexico, I started learning the luchador style there. And of course, Japan, I learned probably the most significant teachings upon myself came from uh, Jason and Dewey Robertson, and from my time in England and from my time in Japan. For wrestling, my wrestling repertoire came mostly from those three entities. So my initial training with Jason and Dewey Robertson, England, I learned just an incredible amount inside the ring, like actual wrestling. And then Japan was where I really learned to turn up the volume, really crank up my intensity, and then I got to Dory Funk. Dory Funk really took everything I knew at that point and honed it into what WWE was looking for. So my training with Dory Funk was limited to, hey, let's take everything you know and package it into a way that this is what WWE is looking for. And so Dory Funk really took everything I learned, and his training was basically teaching me how to take what I have and make it marketable for WWE. That was the extent of Dory Funk's, um, training in terms of myself and my character resulting from Dory Funk's training.
Right, because in WWE, you're supposed to do 5 or 6 moves, basically, which are your
Correct,
trademark.
correct, correct. Yeah, you're basically trying to figure out what's going to connect with the audience the most, and really pick a handful of moves that you can do to the point where when you're getting ready to do them, the fans know what's coming. They're trained to understand, okay, this is what's coming next. You know what I mean? They understand the move. And so, yeah, Dory was really helpful in helping me organize a good move set. Something, we could try different things and eliminate things that, no, that's not going to work, but this will. And here's where we can use this particular move or this particular sequence. So Dory Funk's training definitely was more honing than it was teaching anything new. It was more teaching me how to hone the things I already knew.
Yeah, makes sense. Of all of them, I think I really like Steve Regal the most, also known as William Regal. I think he's so humble and so underrated.
Yes, William Regal's a phenomenal talent. William Regal, Fit Finley, those guys. I mean, if I wanted to know about wrestling, if I wanted to learn something new about wrestling moves, move sets, things like that, definitely those are two guys I would for sure approach. Um, when it came to wrestling moves, people like The Rock, I really wouldn't go to. When it comes to storytelling and charisma, definitely Rock, hands down, would be one of the top guys that I would always recommend going to, because that's what he's good at. Is Rock really good at wrestling? I don't think so. He's good at, you know, really pushing that charisma out to the audience, really connecting with. He's good at acting. That's what Rock is good at. Um, but is Rock's? I mean, let's face it. Rock turned. And this is the best way I can describe the Rock. Rock turned what is the lousiest elbow drop in the entire history of pro wrestling into one of the most over moves in the entire history of pro wrestling. And the elbow drop didn't get any better. He doesn't land across the guy, he lands flat on his back with his elbow stuck out. I mean, it's literally the worst elbow drop ever in the history of pro wrestling. Yet you want to see it. You want to see it every time because the little things that he added to that elbow drop is so compelling. It's so emotionally attractive that you don't even look at the fact that he's landing on his back with his elbow stuck out and it's couldn't crush a fly. But it doesn't matter. It's everything else he added to that lousy elbow drop that made it the greatest elbow drop ever. And that's a wonderful thing about pro wrestling is you can take something that is just so horrifically bad and turn it into something incredibly wonderful and, most importantly, profitable.
This question actually comes from me because I realized that you have been in the ring with both The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin. And to be honest, Stone Cold, when you met him, he was past his neck injury. He was very limited in the amount of moves that he could do. But you said that you would not go to The Rock to learn about wrestling. Do you think Stone Cold is or was a better wrestler than The Rock?
Yeah, I think Stone Cold is a better wrestler than The Rock. Um, but I probably, well, yeah, I would say he's definitely a better wrestler than The Rock. Um, but I would definitely put The Rock as a better entertainer. Um, we're just talking about two different things. Actual wrestling, I probably wouldn't go so much to Austin over wrestling either. Although he was decent to me. He was more of a brawler than a wrestler per se. I liked wrestling. I've liked wrestling my whole life. Freestyle, Greco. I just love grappling. And
And you're a big guy. To me, it was surprising to see that your finishing move was a body splash, which is
yeah,
usually for the high flyers, for the guys who are like 5'10 and 180 pounds and they can just jump like that. But for you, you're like 6'3", 6'4",
six six three.
240 something pounds. It must have been painful for you to do that body slam every night.
Well, it took its toll on my elbows, that's for sure. My knees were well padded up. I landed always a little bit of weight across my chest on top of the guy. I always, told the guy, hey, palms up and, squeeze everything together. And then I would land a lot of weight right across this forearm. So constantly landing on this elbow. I mean, that's as straight as I can get my elbow now on both arms. Both arms are like that. I can't get them straight. So just years and I've had surgery on both elbows to try and get them straighter, and that's as straight as I can get them now. So there's definitely, uh, long-term issues that I deal with, but nothing major. Um, but yeah, definitely landing across this portion here, a lot of weight on that portion for years upon years upon years is definitely taking its toll for sure. Um, but yeah, it's as far as learning something new in wrestling and it would not come from Austin or Rock. It would mostly come from, people like, and there were lots of people, but some of the main ones I can think of, are Fit Finley, um, Steven Regal, Lance Storm. Lance Storm was a great talent. He was always a good guy I could go to if I ever wanted something to, learn. I would never tell him he had one of the best drop kicks in the business, even though he did. I would never tell that to him to his face. Oh, by the way, did you know Lance Storm blocked me on his new platform called Blue Sky? Um, I guess he doesn't like my political positions anymore.
Oh, that's terrible. Like,
So
you're going to
yeah,
destroy
terrible.
such an old friendship because of politics.
Yeah, he kind of went off the deep end when it came to leftism, I guess, and didn't like my political positions and decided to block me. So that was unfortunate, but that's neither here nor there. So, but yeah, guys that I would definitely say would be wise for other wrestlers to listen to would definitely be Fit Finley and um, Dave Taylor, um, Steve Regal. Those guys were phenomenal.
How come you're Canadian and you were also close to Edge at one point and you never really interacted much with the Heart Dungeon? Like, I think that was like the biggest school in Canada, right?
Yes, a lot of Canadians went to the Hart school. One of my best friends at the time, Andrew Tess Martin, he went to Bret Hart's school out there in Calgary. Um, I really took a different path. My path was more as soon as I got out of high school, pretty much I went straight into wrestling full time. Wrestling in England for a year, and then going into Arkansas for 8 months, and then Puerto Rico, and then Mexico and Japan. The truth is, I never really did a whole lot of wrestling in Canada, whereas Edge mostly stayed in Canada. Um, Edge and I started together. I think his second match at a show in Toronto at a high school, it was Ricky Johnson's show, which is Rocky's uncle, the Rock's uncle. And it was in a high school in Toronto, and I believe it was Edge's second match, and it was my. No, wait a minute. If I remember correctly, yeah, that would have been his second match and my first match. And that's where I met him. And it was soon after that, we had a couple other shows here and there. Soon after that, I left Canada and never really came back to wrestle in Canada again. I was England, Arkansas, Puerto Rico, Mexico, and Japan. And then we got signed on to WWE. And who got signed on at the same time? Edge and or Adam at the time. And so we kind of started together. Then our careers took two different paths. He stayed in Canada. I went around the world. And then we both ended up back in together, but in WWE at the same time. And so, yeah, it was two different routes to get to WWE, starting in the same place pretty much.
Yeah. I sort of liked your moveset, by the way. It wasn't the typical big guy kind of moveset. Of course, you had the suplexes and the spine busters, but you also did some more athletic stuff, which I think in the match that I watched prior to this interview, you against Edge for the European Championship, that highlighted that you could do so much more as opposed to the usual matches that you had with big guys who were not very athletic.
Hold on. Can you hear?
No, I think the battery went off or something for your headphones.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't hear me. Okay, cool. Perfect. Yeah, it was it's, it's hard to explain really um what my feelings were back when I first started in WWE, and some of the moves that I would do were a lot of stuff I learned in Mexico and Japan. But when I brought them to WWE initially, a lot of guys were like one time I, gave Rock the spine buster and I tied him up into a pretzel, which was a move that I did in Mexico and in Japan frequently. But when I tied the Rock up into this pretzel, Rock literally looked up at me as I'm, working the crank on it. And he goes, Val, how do I get out of this? Right in the middle of the ring while we're working in front of an audience. And then I look up and I see Pat Patterson basically flipping out like he's got Rock in a hold he can't get out of. And so there were little things where, we get backstage and I have to say, hey, Rock, if I get you in this, here's the way out. So little things that I had brought from Mexico and Japan into WWE with me. Um, Took some guys, I guess, a little took them a little bit by surprise. I mean, imagine being The Rock and you always figure out a way out of holds or moves or something where he can start firing up and making that. But now he's in a hold that he has no clue how to get out of. And in the middle of the ring, right in front of the audience, he's literally looking up at me going, and he's all twisted like, wow, how the F do I get out of this? And I
Is this
literally
on
just had to
video?
let him
Is
go.
this
And
recorded
what's
somewhere?
this was on a house show. So there's probably some house show video of it. But he literally was all tied up into a pretzel and he looked up at me and says, Val, how the F do I get out of this? He had no clue how to get out of it. And there's two or three different ways that he could really be really cool and get out of that and make the hold and the move look really good. But he had no clue how to get out of it. So there were little things that I would bring in from Mexico and Japan that just took guys by surprise sometimes, and that was one funny incident. And Pat Patterson did not like that at all. He did not like me putting the Rock into a hole that he knew Rock couldn't get out of.
There's also a question from Jermaine Jackson who says, do you think that cutting your hair was detrimental to your career?
I don't think cutting my hair was detrimental to my career. I think the lack of writers. I mean, once Vince Russo was gone, it seemed like the talent in the writing department that was loaning so much of their creativity to the Val Venus character, and that came from Vince Russo himself, that was gone. And when I didn't have that team of writers that knew how to write for that character, and all I had left were a bunch of people that really only knew how to do comic book type stories, which I'm not against comic book stories, but they're really limited in, you know, taking a character that's one a Val Venus character and being able to create content for that character like Vince Russo did. It just wasn't the same. And it seemed like no matter how many ideas, not just myself, but that other people in the locker room would say, hey, I was thinking that the Val Venus character could do this type of storyline or that or this. And the writers that were left after Vince Russo left would look at those storylines and going, I don't think that's the direction we want to go in. It really kind of took away the power that the Val Venus character had behind it, which was really the creative. It was the, I guess you could say, they were creating content that was somewhat shock value. And it was that shock value where the Val Venus character really had its power to create an emotional connection with the fans. And when that ability to write content that had shocking value was gone, and it was gone when Vince Russo left, it really kind of left the Val Venus character hanging in the wind. And so I thought it was time to move on. I would have liked to move on, but it just didn't seem like the writing team or myself were ever on the same page after Vince Russo left.
That's unfortunate. And to be honest, Vince Russo gets a lot of crap nowadays for being offensive and having all of these cheesy storylines, but a lot of the Attitude Era was written by him.
Yeah, and it was captivating. It was entertaining. It was new. It was fresh. One thing I did see is Vince Russo would create content that was, well, let's just say that it was content that you would look at what was written and you go, are we really doing that on TV this week? And you'd have Vince McMahon that would have the chain on Vince Russo, and he would say, "Oh, that's a little too far," or "Yeah, I'll let you go out a little further with that one." So Vince McMahon was Vince Russo's governor at the time. And I think the combination of Vince Russo wanting to let the chains go out, or Vince McMahon wanting to let Vince Russo's chain have a little bit of slack to it, definitely gave the WWE an edge in terms of the content that was being pushed out on TV every Monday night.
Yeah, and to be honest, it was so entertaining. And nowadays, I still watch some wrestling sometimes when I'm bored, but it's just not, I don't know, it's too tame. Maybe I became older and I'm less affected by these attitudes or these speeches, promos, whatever. It's just not the same. And to be honest, I went to a house show in 2017 for WWE, and they had all the big stars. Of course, it was a house show, so they played it very safe. It was just 5 minutes of basic moves and then finisher, and the match was over. Nothing extreme,
Right.
nothing risky. But it also felt like it was too tame, too safe. Like, I'm not saying it should be ECW or CZW or whatever is out there that's edgy. It's just that they're playing it so safe and you can tell. And back in the days of the Attitude Era, it was like real life superheroes being involved in very edgy storylines and actually making you want to come back next week to see what's happening. I think it was this
Yeah.
soap opera element of it that actually tied, and maybe it's offensive to call it soap opera, but it is some sort of narrative that ties together the episodes and makes you want to come back to see what's gonna happen. And nowadays, I don't
Correct.
get the same feeling. I just look and I'm like,
Yeah, it's not the same as it used to be. That's for sure. That's for sure. There are some great talent in pro wrestling, great talent, but I think pro wrestling has been harmed in terms of um, politics in general. I think the division in society, back in the Attitude Era, you had your Republicans in the United States and you had your Democrats, but people loved pro wrestling. It was an escape for people to get away from politics or any other, happenings in their own life, and they can have their sense of reality suspended for a couple of hours in the most entertaining way. But today we have politics being injected into not just pro wrestling. We have it being injected into entertainment. We have this LGBTQ um, community of people that were never really injected into pro wrestling other than, you'd have oddities in there that's, like Gold Dust, for example. You could consider that to be kind of a transgender type of character or a cross-dressing type of character, but it was done so in a way that was entertainment. It was there for shock value. It wasn't where they were taking this character and normalizing him into the fans' lives. Like, you have to accept this person for what he is, because like we saw with Nyla Rose was presented as a woman wrestling women. Well, Nyla Rose is a real transgender, real man, and wrestling women. Now, you have a built in storyline right there. Old school wrestling would say this is a man dressed as a woman and is now allowed to wrestle against women, and the women are pissed about it. And you could create a whole storyline off of that. But instead, politics was injected. And the fans were not allowed to criticize or to show their whatever it is that they feel about about the presentation of Nyla Rose. They weren't allowed to say, "We know that's a man wrestling women, hiding under that makeup." They weren't allowed to say that. Fans were kicked out of the arena for saying anything disparaging about Nyla Rose, which means now we're injecting politics onto the fans and it's becoming real. Because now, if you call Nyla Rose a man inside a wrestling show, you're going to get kicked out of the arena. So now politics has injected itself into pro wrestling. And I think that's harmed pro wrestling a lot. I think it's harmed the fan base. I think it's one of those things where it ultimately really, and comedy as well. Comedians become very restricted into what they can do in terms of their performance. Comedians started having to basically audit their skits. They had to audit their sets to make sure they weren't going to offend anybody in such ways that it would turn half the audience away, because everything's so political now. So we've gone from the Attitude Era, where people used wrestling as an escape from these divisions, to the divisions coming into pro wrestling, affecting fans, making them feel like they're walking on eggshells, can't say the right there, can't say the wrong thing, can't hold up the wrong sign because we'll get kicked out of the building. It affects the talent in terms of, now they got to audit what they do on TV, because there are certain marginalized groups that might become offended and create a whole stink. So politics and wrestling don't mix, and they are mixed right now. And I don't think politics being mixed with wrestling is a good thing for not only wrestling but entertainment in general.
but I think your comment, so out of context, without someone ever knowing what you've done in your career, some people can listen to what you just said and assume that you're sexist or misogynistic or whatever. But you're the guy who lost his Intercontinental Championship to China.
Correct.
And I
Correct.
think it
Yeah.
was Eddie
Figure that out.
Guerrero who got the title, but you lost to a woman in a tag team match
Well,
with Trish Stratus, I think.
Yeah, the way they finagled that was Trish actually lost the title for me to China, which was kind of weird. I didn't understand it when we were going into it. I kind of thought it was a dumb idea, um, but they went along with it anyway, and it is what it is. Um, I wasn't a big fan of that idea, and I loved working with China. I thought China was great, but yeah, you're right. It's something like if I had have lost to China, um, we had to do so creatively. I just didn't like the way it was done. That I didn't actually lose, you know, whereas I should have actually lost to China, and it should have been done so in a way that was logical. You know, you had Eddie Guerrero there that could definitely make that happen. But today you have, you know, women wrestling men as if the women are actually going to wrestle the men, you know, in a real competition. And to me, you're pushing the idea that men and women are the same. And the reality is we're not. And this is where politics comes in. And we see it overflow into real life. You see real men thinking they are women going into real women's sports and dominating in real life. And then this is being recreated and portrayed on TV in a way that normalizes it through Nyla Rose in the AEW, for example. I don't think that's number one. It's not a profit making way for AEW to go. Just to portray Nyla Rose as this transgender that's going to wrestle women, and it's all going to be fair. We're just going to portray it as it's fair. And you can't call Nyla Rose a man because you'll get kicked out of the arena. They're injecting these politics that have real world consequences. Whereas if we look at the most profitable way that Nyla Rose could have gone into uh, the AEW product would be to reflect what happens in real life. Well, what happens in real life? What happens in real life is, and we see it over and over again, we see the parents of young females that now their daughters have to compete against real men for a scholarship and they're losing. Well, you can take that real life story and then the parents are taking the school boards to courts to saying you can't do that. You could take those real stories and create entertainment in AEW with Nyla Rose. For example, Nyla Rose comes into AEW when Cody Rhodes was there, says to Cody, hey, I want to compete in the women's division. I'm a woman now. And you have Cody Rhodes being compassionate. Listen, I understand. You think you're a woman. You dress like a woman. You want to wrestle in women, but you're a man. And have Nyla Rose do the whole court thing, take Cody Rhodes and AEW to court, we're going to force this, and they win. A corrupted, slanted court wins, and now AEW is forced to allow Nyla Rose to compete in the women's division, where Nyla Rose just cleans house. You know, there's real life storylines that they could have really built profitable storylines from, and they chose to inject politics in a way that no, we're not going to use storylines for profits. We're going to use storylines for indoctrination. And we're going to normalize transgenderism. And we're going to kick out anybody that holds up a sign that says Nyla Rose is a man. And to me, that's not wrestling. To me, that's usurping entertainment for the purpose of indoctrinating the people with the normalization of LGBTQ XXXYZ. Does that make sense?
Well, I did see that you got into a feud with Seth Rollins at one point for something which is similar in topic. And
With Seth Rollins. Trying to remember what I did with Seth Rollins there.
it was also something related to your views regarding transgender people.
Oh, I can't remember. I have to go back and see what he said there. But I've probably spoken out about if he said something, you know, everybody should be colorful or whatever the case may be. I probably said so. I just can't remember specifically what it was. But yeah, I remember something along the lines like I think it was him and his wife both came out, and I don't know if they were pointing to or supporting the flag, the transgender flag or whatever the case was. I think it was something along that lines. I can't remember specifically.
Anyway, I do like Seth Rollins as a wrestler. I'm not sure if I like him as a human being too much, but he's an excellent athlete. Like I think without exaggeration, he might be the Shawn Michaels of his generation.
I would agree. I don't know Seth Rollins, but his wrestling is really good. I like his wrestling ability, um, his charisma is definitely elevated.
I think
You
he's
know,
sort of
to
annoying. Like I don't like his promos too much. He speaks through the nose. He comes out as whiny. They even put him to wear ridiculous clothes to look like, I don't know, he's sort of effeminate in some ways. Like he's wearing
yeah.
fashion designer clothes and look at me, I'm special, I'm like this. I think wrestling is definitely missing that macho element, and it comes at the detriment of guys like what's the name of the Scottish guy? Drew Galloway?
Oh, Sheamus.
That's the
No,
Irish
he's
one.
Irish, isn't he?
Yeah, yeah. But him too. Drew Galloway also very
Drew.
very powerful. He has this very massive presence. He could be huge like 20, 30 years ago. But nowadays he's pushed into the mid card because they're trying to. I think wrestling, and it's not necessarily bad, it's a lot more athletic than it is physical. It involves more gymnastics than it did in the past. It's definitely more
Yes,
spectacular, but it's also less impactful in some ways.
that's a great way to put it. It's definitely spectacular, but much less impactful. That's a great way to put it.
I think it's a lot like what TNA used to be like. If you were watching TNA back in the day, you had AJ Styles doing like 20 impressive moves, but none of them actually looked devastating.
Correct.
And then you
Correct.
had
Yeah.
guys from the Attitude Era that were doing just one move and it was enough to make you feel like, oh, but that really looks painful. It looks like
Yes.
it has some impact.
Yeah. And I think the idea that, hey, slow it down. If you think you're going slow, slow it down some more. I think that really has to come back into pro wrestling. I think there's a lot of big moves, one done after another, and no real psychology involved in, what those. I mean, let's face it, you work a guy's knee for 10, 15 minutes of the match, and then you shoot the guy off the ropes and the guy's running the ropes like there's nothing wrong with his knee. If I see that happen, they've lost me. They've completely lost me.
But
um,
you can
you
argue
know
it happened to Hogan in the 80s. Like, that guy was not selling anything. You- I, I
that's
mean,
true.
all power to him, all the best to him. I know he has passed, and it's not nice to speak ill of the dead. But he, as a wrestler, was not really selling. Or he was getting beat up the whole match, and then he was coming up and winning with his free, powerful moves. And
Yes.
they recycled the same recipe for Cena. Like what he was going through, like he had these epic battles where he was getting beat down for 1 hour or something, and then he was coming back in 5 minutes and winning. That's most of
Yeah.
his career.
Yep, yep, I agree. Now, did you ever watch Hogan in Japan?
No, I did see footage that he went there. I just didn't watch the actual matches.
He was different in Japan. Let me tell you, Hogan wrestled in Japan. If I were to look at just Hogan's, uh, U.S. matches, I would conclude that Hogan was not the best wrestler in the world at all by any stretch. But you watch Hogan go in Japan and you're like, whoa, why wasn't that ever exposed here in America? He could wrestle. Um, and it was, so you should check out some of the stuff from Japan that he did. Um, it's shocking. It's a completely different Hulk Hogan. It was like, wow, he's actually wrestling, and it's mind blowing to watch because when you're so used to the Hulk Hogan that was pushed through the TV to us growing up, and the Hulk Hogan I came to know uh, in the industry, and then you look at Hulk Hogan in Japan, two completely different people, completely different. It's pretty wild. I highly recommend that people go and watch Hogan wrestle in Japan. It's different and it's amazing.
Oh, that's definitely what I'm gonna do after this interview. You piqued my interest. And what else did I want to do? I wanted to ask you another question from Albert Anastasia, who says, War Department ran reincarnation program. Where would Specialist Morley originally come from? And he adds, the board sends its regards.
Okay, hold on. Repeat that one again. I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm not sure either. So he says the War Department ran a reincarnation program. Where would Specialist Morley originally come from?
Where would I originally come from? Well, I would have to say, where would specials? That's a good question right there. Holy cow. I would have to say I probably wouldn't change a thing. I'd probably say I came from the geographical location area known as Canada, and I probably wouldn't have followed pro wrestling. I probably would have gotten into engineering, building something, building homes, building cars, um, building buildings. I would have gotten into, if I could redo something and reincarnate, I would probably do something where I could look at something that I built, know there was value in that, and even 100 years from now, people could look back on that and say, Sean Morley built that. You know what I mean? Whether buildings, cars, houses, I would have gotten into engineering. Knowing what I know now, if I could do it all over again, where would I hail from and what would I do? Yeah, that's what I would do. I'd follow definitely a career path where I was building something rather than entertaining. And don't get me wrong, I love entertainment. It's great. But 54 years old and I look back now, was it meaningful? Probably for people's memories, gave them good memories, you know what I mean, in the entertainment business. But is there anything really tangible that I can look back on other than just creating memories for people? And there's nothing else really there. It's literally just creating a moment in time that creates a memory for a fan, which is great. It's fantastic. But I think if I could do it all over again, I'd want to create something that would last, something that creates more value than just creating memories for people. And that's homes, growing food, building cars, airplanes, anything that's tangible that people can use to enhance their standard of living. I would have found something to build that would add value to people's lives other than just creating memories in their own minds. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but to be fair, you have done an extremely good job because on paper, this whole gimmick that you had to portray on TV every week was horrible. But the way that you executed this horrible gimmick was actually fun, entertaining. People actually looked at you. You actually got the expected crowd reaction from the girls. Because
Yes.
on paper, they should frown upon you and be like, oh, look at this guy. He's disgusting. The way that he dances with his
Yes.
towel, the way that he flips
Just
his hair.
slimy,
Exactly.
slimy. Yeah, slimy, just dirty, you know,
But
immoral,
you had a self
unethical.
confidence and the swagger that made it work.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah, you had to come out. Be as slimy as possible, but have 100% confidence in that slime.
If you assign the same gimmick to someone else, like let's say, uh, I was thinking of Big Daddy V, Viscera, or I don't know, someone else,
Viscera, yeah.
Goldust, or maybe Goldust could pull this off, like Dustin Rhodes. He's talented.
Yes, very
But
talented.
I'm not sure if it would be this believable. Like, you had the looks for it and you had the attitude, it was perfect. I'm not even sure if Vince McMahon actually took a very good look at you before he pitched the idea.
Well, it was actually Vince Russo that pitched the idea to Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon saw the image right there. Um, so what happened was I was wrestling in Mexico City, but WWE flew me up for a couple of days to Stamford, Connecticut to do some TV work and to talk with the office, right? And when I was driving in the car from the TV studio back to the main office with Vince Russo, I was sitting next to Vince Russo talking politics with him. Vince Russo had nothing to do with politics. Vince Russo said he kept looking at me as he was driving and he was like, "This guy looks like a porn star." So this is what Vince is thinking in his head about me while I'm talking to him about politics. And then we get to the office and we have a couple of discussions with Vince McMahon, get shown around the office a little bit, and then of course I go back to the airport and fly back to Mexico City. Well, when I left, Vince Russo had said to Vince McMahon, "Hey, when I was driving over from the TV studio, he was talking politics to me, and I kept looking over at him, and I kept thinking he just looks like a porn star. I think we could make a porn star. Val Venis, he's a former porn star turned pro wrestler, and I think Vince McMahon saw the character as soon as Vince Russo was describing it to him, and they ended up calling me in. I was is Mexico City, 7 a.m. and I get the phone call and pick up the phone and it's Vince McMahon and he says, "Sean, we have a character we'd like to throw by you, and if you feel comfortable playing this character, we want to run with this. If you don't feel comfortable playing this character, then let us know because it won't work unless you feel comfortable playing it." And I said, "Okay, shoot." And he says, "Okay, the character's name is Val Venus. He spelled the last name Venis, which kind of piqued my interest. I was like, that's kind of odd." He goes, "Now Val Venus was a former film star turned pro wrestler." Now, when he said former film star turned pro wrestler, the first thing in my head is Hollywood Hogan. It's been done. Jesse Ventura in Hollywood. It's been done. So this movie gimmick, Hollywood gimmick, it's already been done. And now I'm just going to be saddled with oh, let's recreate it under a new face, right? It didn't make much sense to me. But then Vincent Mann said, actually, the Val Venus character is a former adult film star turned pro wrestler. Well, the second he mentioned adult film star turned pro wrestler, the mind just started going into overdrive. And I was like, "Hey, that's never been done before. That's got some shock value. That might be something to jump into the WWE with." And you didn't need to twist my arm much more than that. And it hadn't been done before. That was it. And I felt comfortable doing it. I thought the comfort really came because I thought it could be really funny. If I can really, this could be a fun character to play. And that's when I just said, "You know what? I'm in." And then Vince basically told me, "Well, hold on, take a deep breath, take 24 hours, ponder it, really think about, if you feel comfortable playing this character, and then let us know." And sure enough, 24 hours later, I called him up and said, "I'm in. I'm good. I can play this character." And that's how it all came about. That's how it got started. Was just Vince Russo and me in the car ride from the TV studio back to the main office, and Vince Russo thinking in his head, "This guy looks like a porn star," and that's where it came from.
That's a good story. And I have two more wrestling questions to ask you before we get back to Bitcoin and wrap this up. Basically, was Vince McMahon as bad as they say? And the second one is, who is on your personal Mount Rushmore for the greatest people in wrestling?
I don't think Vince McMahon's as bad as they say. I think he's a billionaire that has probably a lower moral bar than most people would like. Obviously, he's infidelity with his wife. That's that's a failure, right? That's a failure in human life when you can't be faithful to the person that you love. That's a human failure. Um, so is he worse than anyone else? No, I don't think he's worse than anyone else. I think he's a sinner like everyone else. Um, he's a billionaire that people can that he could abuse if he wanted to. I don't think he does abuse people like some people say he does. This whole lawsuit of this, I don't want to speak too much on what Vince might be thinking, but what I'm thinking is with this lawsuit against Vince, this is just someone that was deeply in love with Vince. Vince was having an affair, cheating on his wife. That's his moral failing. Something that he definitely needs to address. But as far as was Vince really bad backstage. I saw Vince as a businessman, no different than any other businessman that had the grind built into him. He had a grind. I mean, the man rarely ever slept. He was always thinking about business. He was always thinking about how to improve different aspects of the business. Um, he was a businessman. If you couldn't make a money, uh, he had no use for you. And it's a business. That's the way business works. If you're not making the business that you're working for money, then I mean it's not a charity job. He's not a social program created to maintain other people's standard of living. He's a business where people can make business deals with him in the pursuit of profits. And so some people will consider that evil. I consider that um, a mechanism for raising everyone's standard of living. I think Vince provided a stage and a product that allowed me to perform, allowed me to create value, and allowed both me as the performer and Vince as the company owner to produce value that other human beings would consume and did consume. Consumed enough to where Vince McMahon's standard of living was improved, my standard of living was improved, the rest of the talent's standard of living was improved, and the people got what they want. They got entertained. So what Vince created uh, was something that created a product that raised everybody's standard of living by providing entertainment to the masses, and he did that well. Uh, People that aren't going to make Vince McMahon's company a profit, well, they get released. And when they get released, some of those people will talk negatively about Vince McMahon and the company. Um, they feel like they have a right to a position under Vince McMahon or whatever the case may be. And therefore, because they're not in that position and they're now on the outs, they talk negatively about Vince McMahon. But you apply due process scrutiny to their claims about Vince McMahon, and the majority of those claims don't hold up. I never saw anything other than Vince being a businessman. Was he shrewd? Yeah, you could say that. But if you made him a profit, he was going to treat you like, a business partner that was making him profit. If you weren't making him profit, well, I mean, he's not there to be a social safety net for people. He has no use for people that aren't going to help make a profit. And to me, that's not bad. That's business. That's what is necessary to help create value for other people. And so, no, I don't consider Vince McMahon to be a bad person at all. I never saw bad in him. Does he have moral failings? Of course he does. We all do. I think his moral failings may be he may have set his moral bar a little lower than most people would like, but was he trafficking women for sex and all that? I don't believe he was trafficking women for sex. I believe he was cheating on his wife catering to his immoral desire for sex outside of his marriage. But I don't believe he was trafficking women for sex by any stretch. I think, in my view of Vince, that's just hogwash. It's somebody after his money, and they're going to use the judicial system to try and acquire that value from Vince McMahon.
What about your Mount Rushmore for wrestlers? Like, who do you think belongs there in your personal classification?
Now, just wrestlers or any position in wrestling, like the wrestling industry?
Oh, that's a good one. I guess you can do both since you separated the two.
Okay, so I would definitely say the man that would have to be first and foremost on Mount Rushmore would be Vince McMahon. I think he, hands down, took pro wrestling from being a regional business, which you had territories all over the world, really. Um, and he took it into and made it a global phenomenon. So I would put Vince McMahon in that Mount Rushmore as number one. He was the one that had the biggest change, uh, or the biggest historical fact that he changed wrestling in the most profound way. He made it global. I would put Hulk Hogan as number two on that Mount Rushmore, right next to Vince McMahon, because Vince McMahon saw in Hulk Hogan the ability, the vessel, the the skills and the talent that Hulk Hogan had, the charisma. And he packaged Hulk Hogan in a way that would make him not just an American pro wrestling phenom, but a global pro wrestling phenom. So number one's Vince McMahon. Number two was Vince McMahon's very first project that he created into a global phenomenon, and that's Hulk Hogan. I would then say, well, I guess you'd have to go with Steve Austin, definitely would be Mount Rushmore, um, for how big he got in wrestling so quickly. And then, of course, The Rock on Mount Rushmore as well. Um, yeah, definitely. Those would be my four main guys up there. Would be Vince McMahon number one, Hulk Hogan two, Austin, and then Rock. Definitely.
You said you would also do another classification for people in wrestling in general.
Just in pro wrestling, well, my Mount Rushmore would be Hulk Hogan and Rock for the charisma. Um, Austin just for his intensity. I think Austin, it was his intensity was a game changer. I thought it was so captivating. Um, and then I would probably have to say, I don't know if you know Kenta Kobashi in Japan.
I heard of Kenta. I think he was also
Kenta,
in WWE at some point.
I don't think he was ever in WWE. He never came to WWE. Um, he stayed in all Japan for most of his career. And then I think he may have done stuff with Noah. I can't remember. That was later on. But Kenta Kobashi's definitely one of the guys that I would put up on Mount Rushmore. I used to love watching that guy in Japan wrestle. Absolutely phenomenal. And then, well, this is going to be kind of a controversial one, but I'm going to have to state this guy anyway, and that's Chris Benoit. Um, Chris Benoit as a wrestler was, in my view, one of the best in the world. Absolutely phenomenal. What happened with the whole, end of life thing for him was, and his family was just, oh man, gut wrench. But if we put all that aside and we just look at his career and we look at his pro wrestling ability, Yeah, Chris Benoit would definitely have to be up there as a Mount Rushmore guy for pro wrestling.
I agree. I remember watching Chris Benoit, he was something else. And he had his WrestleMania moment where he made Triple H tap, and that was sort of his highlight when he won the title. I think at the time it was like the titles, they were unified or something. I'm
I
not
believe you're correct on that. Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure, but he was really good and also a small guy who was able to basically out wrestle much bigger guys.
Yeah. And his wrestling ability was so tight that you started not to notice any size difference between bigger opponents to Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit's size really became more equal when everybody took into account his actual abilities inside the ring.
Yeah, he was really something else, and I don't think he will ever get all the credit that he deserves because of the way that he decided to end his life. But he is very influential for a lot of wrestlers. Like every time you see someone doing the German suplexes like he did, or I think his finishing move was with the diving headbutt.
The
Uh,
diving
I
headbutt,
think
yeah,
that
that was
one is
another.
banned right now, but it's
Yeah,
hard
that
to
was a
look at
staple
that
for him.
move without thinking about Chris Benoit.
Yeah, yeah, he used to hit that diving headbutt quite a bit, and that was a phenomenal move in his repertoire. Did it cause any damage going forward? Maybe, maybe, but yeah, that was definitely a good move for him. That was one of those moves that kind of took away from took away from the lack of size that Chris Benoit had over a lot of his opponents. When he'd come off that top rope, it didn't matter how tall the guy was. When he's laying down there, no matter how tall he was going to hit him with that headbutt. And it really kind of took away any size difference that was apparent between Benoit and his larger opponents.
To me, it's interesting that after this conversation, you haven't said much about Shawn Michaels or Bret Hart or Macho Man Randy Savage or The Ultimate Warrior. It's like they're almost footnotes in the way that you understand the history of pro wrestling.
Yeah, Macho Man to me was a phenomenal talent. I used to love watching that guy wrestle. One guy that I haven't mentioned here yet, and that was one of my favorites growing up, was Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig. What a talent he was. That guy was next to Kenta Kobashi was one of my favorites. Would I put him up on Mount Rushmore? Probably not, because I don't think the impact he had on pro wrestling was anywhere near as profound as, say, Hulk Hogan or Austin or Rock. But his wrestling skills were something that, if he was on TV, I'd be in front of the TV watching him and studying how he worked the ring. Uh, Kurt, he was Mr. Perfect was the man in my view. But as far as Shawn Michaels, I always considered Shawn Michaels to be one of the best in the world. But me personally, I never really was a huge fan of his character. Um, he played a character that I would consider to be the guy at the bar that I just want to just slap across the face and say, shut the F up. That was the character that Shawn Michaels played, in my view. You know what I mean? It's so I guess with that note, putting aside Shawn Michaels' wrestling ability, because he was absolutely one of the best in the world, it was his character that just made me not so much a fan of him.
Well, he was annoying, but later in
Yes,
his career, he became that born again Christian,
yes,
which was
yes.
interesting.
Very interesting. It was a good, I think it was a very refreshing swerve for him to bring back into wrestling. And it's nice that he brings something that he truly believes in, because then he doesn't have to act and believe it. Do you know what I mean? Which people can see through. He actually believes. He believes in Jesus Christ, and you can see that when he talks about it in his work. When he wears, a certain shirt down to the ring, that that's not just. I mean, that's part of his character, but that's actually a small part of him that he's bringing into his character. And I like that. I like when people can bring real parts of themselves into a character and be able to tell stories. And I think it really changed, you know, Shawn Michaels from being an annoying guy, which I, I would call your description of Shawn Michaels' character prior to the Jesus Christ move as annoying. I think that was a great way for you to describe Shawn Michaels' old character. So to see him go from being annoying to being someone where you could put your focus on his wrestling ability now instead of how freaking annoying he was. And yeah, I think it was a good move for Shawn Michaels to move away from that annoying character because, man, so it's like eating a chocolate fudge cake, right? That first bite, you're like, wow, that's really good. And then that second bite, you start to realize how rich it is. And you start to think, well, that's a little too rich. And you kind of get sick of it. I kind of felt that was the same with the Shawn Michaels character. It was so annoying. There'd be a few things in the beginning that might be funny, but he'd keep on with it. And then you're like, okay, that's just too much. And it's the same thing with that fudge cake. That first bite, that was pretty good. That second bite, you want to throw up. And so to see Shawn Michaels move away from Mr. Annoying to Mr. Hey, I'm a wrestler that has faith. To me, I could put more focus on his wrestling ability than some annoying character where it's like, oh, why is he doing that? That's ridiculous.
Also, we spoke a bit about Kane. I'm not sure if it was on record or before we started the actual interview, but he owes his libertarian views and understanding of libertarianism to a conversation that he had with you. But you never said anything about The Undertaker, who is considered to be maybe one of the greatest creations of Vince McMahon and holds one of the most respectable streaks in all of sports. And also, if I'm not mistaken, he was the most respected guy backstage. Like in the locker room, people were going to him to ask for advice, and he was like a leader to everyone.
Yeah, Undertaker and I, we never hung out per se. I never really went to him for really anything. Um, Undertaker was kind of the guy that was the godfather of the locker room. He was highly respected in the locker room, and his character earned WWE a lot of money for a lot of years. I don't believe, and this is just my opinion, I don't believe Undertaker could have acquired the success he had without Vince McMahon. If Undertaker had have debuted under Eric Bischoff in WCW, I don't believe Undertaker would be who he is today. I truly believe Undertaker could have been a character that may have been there as a flash in the pan, maybe a couple of years at max, and then would be out the door. Um, I think Undertaker's long-term success and the depths of that success are entrenched so deeply in WWE because of Vince McMahon. And I'm not taking anything away from Mark in terms of he obviously has the ability to negotiate good business deals, and to be in the good gracious of the graciousness of the company for a long period of time. I think he has the ability to create relationships that would definitely keep his character on top. I don't believe his character was ever as big at any one point in time as Hulk Hogan, Austin, or The Rock. I think Hulk Hogan, The Rock, Austin, I think their characters went way above and beyond where Undertaker's character went to. But Undertaker's character solidified its spot as one of the top guys for probably the longest period of time. I just don't think it reached the same heights that The Rock reached, Austin, or Hulk Hogan reached. And so the only way I believe that the Undertaker character works so well was obviously Mark plays the Undertaker character very well, but that Vince protected that character at all cost as well. He never allowed that character to fall below a certain level, and it was a it was a it would be interesting to see what was the total amount of revenue that Hulk Hogan brought into the WWE over his career, and what kind of revenue the Undertaker brought to WWE over his career, and then decipher what years brought in the most revenue from both characters. I think we would find that Hulk Hogan definitely brought in more value in certain years, maybe a few particular years, way more value than Undertaker ever brought in a period of a year or over a period of a couple of years. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the end, if we take the both beginning and end of both Hulk Hogan's career and Undertaker's career, would Undertaker have brought in more value over the long term as opposed to Hulk Hogan peaking for a few short years and then dropping down, still selling merchandise. But what's the end result? What is who brought in the most value over their career as opposed to who brought in more value over a period of just a few years? You might find Undertaker brought in more value than any other talent ever in the history of WWE. Of course, you might have to throw John Cena in there too and look at his numbers. What kind of value did he bring into WWE over the course of his entire career? That would be interesting to really find out who created the more value. Hulk Hogan, Undertaker, John Cena, The Rock, or Steve Austin. That would be an interesting exploration right there.
Yeah, but coming back to a conversation we were having like 3 hours ago, you would have to adjust all these numbers to inflation because the money that Hogan brought in the 80s, I mean, you can adjust that to inflation and you're going to find out it's 6, 7 times more valuable in today's money.
True. You definitely have to adjust for inflation. And that's the problem. If we had a fixed money supply, we wouldn't even need to discuss having to add in inflation because there wouldn't be any. But the fact that they can just create, currency out of thin air, we're having this discussion and it's absolutely true. We'd have to take into account inflation. And that's another problem with fiat currency, right? It makes determining value creation a little more difficult because now you got to take into account inflation, and that can be somewhat subjective in certain ways. I mean, mathematically it's going to be objective, but in terms of value at a certain point in time, I mean, you could say that is subjective, right? Was the value of a chocolate bar this amount in US dollars on this date as opposed to it being this amount of value on a completely different date. And so, yeah, that's a problem. Having to take into account inflation on everything when you're trying to calculate these numbers definitely makes calculating the numbers to find out which top talent created more value over the course of their career. Hulk Hogan, Undertaker, John Cena, The Rock, or Austin. And but it would still, in the end, it might be worth putting that effort into finding out who really was the king of value creation throughout their entire career for the WWE. That's a question that I think should be answered.
I think it's going to be Triple H because he's like the executive producer and the amount of value that he keeps producing even past his prime, past his in-ring career is definitely gonna be observed over 2 decades, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. That's you got to throw Triple H in there as well. Now, you could say you could divide who created the most value while they were performing, and we could keep it at that. But in terms of over their career in wrestling, when they're done performing and they're doing the backstage stuff, yeah, you could definitely put Triple H in there. If you were going to look at just Triple H and his wrestling career, I think you might find he wouldn't even come close to hanging with Undertaker, The Rock, Austin, or John Cena in terms of value created as a performer for the company. I don't think, even though he was pushed by the machine as a top guy, I wouldn't consider Triple H as the Mount Rushmore of pro wrestling. I mean, he was a top guy, but he was more of a machine protected top guy, because if the machine didn't protect Triple H, I would probably call Triple H a mid card guy.
Well, that's interesting because, I mean, we can go on and on, but I remember when he came back from his injury, I think it was 2000 or 2001, that he was super over, he was jacked, he was popular. It didn't seem like his push was artificial. I can argue that 3 years later, when he had the quote unquote reign of terror, that was sort of the corporate phase of his dominance. When all the other guys were out of the picture, Steve Austin was not around anymore, The Rock was not wrestling anymore, and he was the top guy. But even in that situation, he sort of pushed the next generation of wrestlers, who turned out to be Randy Orton and Batista. So I
Yeah,
would not hold
yeah.
too much grudges against him because they call him, the guy who buried a lot of talent, but he also brought up a lot of talent too. And if you
He
look at
did.
his WrestleMania record, for example, he lost most matches. Like, he didn't have that big of an ego to always want to win. He had no problem pushing other talent.
Granted, I give that to him. He is, I would say, the most accurate way I can describe Triple H is probably the best businessman in terms of being a pro wrestler and working the business end of it. I think he was probably the best in the locker room at that. His skills of developing relationships backstage were vastly superior to anyone else's relationship building skills backstage as well. He built relationships with the right people and didn't care what people thought of those. And I thought that was a great thing. The relationship he built with Vince McMahon was admired by people that criticized it. Now, when I say they admired it, I know they admired it because I saw it in their eyes, I heard it in their voice, but their words were very critical of Triple H's relationship building skills. He was kissing their ass and all this stuff, but in reality, I've sat at the table and I've listened to Vince McMahon have discussions with Triple H, and they were both having business discussions from the same level. And that was something that I don't think anybody could ever take away from Triple H. Triple H to me was not the greatest wrestler in the world. He was passable as a wrestler. He had some decent charisma, but I think more than anything, he had the ability to create relationships backstage where it mattered. And he had the ability to create relationships in a way that not only did it matter at that moment, it mattered in the long term as well. And well, if you had to ask me, out of anybody else in the locker room that had those kind of relationship building skills when it comes to business, I would say Triple H is hands down number one. I would put him on the Mount Rushmore of skills, creating business relationships. Definitely. I would trust Triple H to create more partnerships with other companies and other talent than anyone else in the wrestling business. He's definitely highly skilled when it comes to conducting business in wrestling, for sure.
For me, it's interesting because in retrospect, you can argue this about him that he used politics to climb to the top. But at the same time, he wasn't as hated by the fans as someone like Roman Reigns was a few years ago, when he was just being pushed and pushed and pushed. And it was so obvious that his rise to the top is not organic. Nobody really liked him. And it took him many years to develop his character. And if he wasn't the cousin of The Rock and he wasn't in that situation, he would not get the same chance. Anyway, it's just a comparison of two situations from different eras
Yeah.
and the ways in which the fans reacted to them. Because I don't think Triple H got the same amount of heat as Roman Reigns did.
Yeah, I don't think he did either. Um, Triple H always kept himself, you know, involved in storylines and involved in being a part of the show that was definitely had spotlights always, shined onto it. Triple H had the machine behind him, but I think that machine was behind him because of the relationships he built backstage with certain people, and so hands down, Triple H business wise was definitely one of the best for sure. He knew how to he knew how to conduct business, and he did it well, and he still does it very, very well.
Yeah, he should do a very good business and get you on the Hall of Fame.
Well, we'll see what happens with that. Like I said, it would be nice to go into the Hall of Fame, but that's definitely not of any real importance to me in my life anyway. My main goal right now is to leave behind a more free world where my kids can enjoy liberty, because if we don't stand up and start pushing back against what's going on in this world in terms of um, just the oligarchs wanting to enslave the world even further than it already is. We're setting our kids up to live lives that we would never choose to live for ourselves. And the problem is, they're going to be slowly indoctrinated to believe that what we're setting up for them are chains that are far heavier than what we have today. And so the importance of wanting to push back on society, uh, accepting these upcoming chains that are going to be literally shackled onto our own kids. I'm not willing to accept that. And so the most important thing for me right now, and probably the rest of my life, is fighting back against the rise of a state that continues to uh, just want to subjugate us to uh, their CBCDs now, their central bank digital currencies, and programmable money, and this idea that we're going to live in 15-minute cities, and cradle to grave taxation. And to me, it's insane. And so when I look at wanting to go into the Hall of Fame, that's great. I'd love to go into the Hall of Fame. But is it something I'm focused on? No, not at all. I'm focused on helping Americans understand their true due process rights that were never taught to them, and fighting back against more free, or fighting back for more freedom and more liberty and less statism. Um, and that's really where my head's at. That's really what I'm pushing for. That's why I'm involved in so much in decentralized privacy, cryptocurrencies, pushing the idea that, hey, we need to invoke our full due process rights that we're conceived with, as opposed to just accepting the watered down due process that government affords us as a privilege. And I think these things are more important than going into the Hall of Fame. But make no mistake about it, if WWE calls me up and says, hey, we want you into the Hall of Fame, and a few other things that we can work out in there, I would definitely accept going into the Hall of Fame for sure.
Yeah, and I have basically two questions that stem from this. Because, first of all, you never had a retirement match in the WWE. Your last one was against Nitsky, and it was sort of a letdown. It was, I think, for the King of the Ring tournament. It was short. It felt like routine. I guess you were both tired of it. And you never had a proper send-off. And if you could have one last match in the WWE, who would you choose as your opponent? Secondly, if you get inducted or when you get inducted in the Hall of Fame, who do you want to hold the speech, the keynote for your induction?
If I could have one more match in the WWE, it would be against Cody Rhodes. I think Cody Rhodes is just a smuck. I think he came out and basically lambasted me on his platform. This is just prior to going to WWE, I guess. He was still over in the AEW organization, and I had brought up the idea that the booking of Nyla Rose was insane, and the kicking out of a fan that held up a sign making fun of Nyla Rose was insane. And Cody Rhodes basically went into I guess, a press thing they were doing and buried me, and buried my review of the implementation of Nyla Rose into AEW programming. And I wasn't complaining about Nyla Rose per se. I was complaining about how they booked Nyla Rose and how they were leaving money on the table. And it was ridiculous to, lean into being propagandists rather than profit seeking entertainment guys. And I guess Cody didn't like that. He buried me on that. From Cody Rhodes burying me on that press scrum, I lost a lot of work in the independent scene. Promoters started getting phone calls saying, from people that were on Cody Rhodes' side, and they were saying, "You've got Val Venis booked on your convention, and he's a transphobe and a homophobe and blah blah blah." And I had the promoters call me up and said, "Hey man, I'd really like to bring you in, but I'm getting a lot of phone calls here that I got you booked." And because Cody Rhodes used his microphone and got me canceled from, gosh, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of work.
Oh no, he's gone again. I hope he comes back. Anyway, I appreciate that you stuck around to this long interview. Oh, you're back.
Hey, sorry. Yeah, I think I touched it again. But for going back to where I was, for him to use the microphone and literally cancel, I mean, he didn't cancel it, but he certainly created the motion that got the fans G'd up to start calling these promoters that had me booked. And I got canceled from a lot of them. And I didn't think that was very cool. And there was really not, I didn't have the platform anymore. I didn't have the microphone to clap back at him. I had, the internet. And what good's that when he's on a microphone and the internet? And so, anyways, I lost, thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars due to him basically telling the wrestling industry, "Don't give Val Venis oxygen." And they did. They took away that oxygen. And so if I could have one more match, it would be against Cody Rhodes in the WWE. And he'd either tap out, he'd lose his oxygen and go to sleep, or he'd get hit with the money shot and get the 1, 2, 3. And the bottom line is Cody Rhodes would leave that ring the loser that he clearly is to this very day. And that's just the reality of the situation. My last match, if I had my wish, would be against Cody Rhodes in a WWE ring at WrestleMania.
What about the person who inducts you in the Hall of Fame? Who would you want that to be?
Probably have to be either Vince McMahon himself or Vince Russo. Because you're not inducting Sean Morley into the Hall of Fame. You're inducting Val Venis into the Hall of Fame. And it was those two guys that really created the Val Venis character that allowed me, Sean Morley, to pursue my dream of entertaining fans and in the WWE. And so if I could have anybody induct the Big Valbowski, Val Venis into the Hall of Fame, probably number one would clearly be Vince McMahon. Alternatively, Vince Russo. Alternatively, from that, it would have to be Matt Bloom, A Train, or Prince Albert, whatever we would call him. But yeah, it would he would be my third position guy.
Oh, from the tag team Test and Albert. Yeah, I remember that. The
Yes,
guy with a
yes.
lot of
A
hair on
Train.
his back.
Yes.
Really freaky.
Shave your back guy. Yeah, the shave your back guy.
Yeah. I think I ran out of questions at this point. And I'm really happy that we had this conversation. It ran for longer than 4 hours. And we
Oh wow,
talked
we went
about
that long. Very good.
Bitcoin, we talked about privacy, we talked about libertarian principles, we touched upon Roger Vere's case, and we also spoke about wrestling, which is interesting to me. And I don't want to diminish any of the other efforts that you're making and any of your other kind of work. I'm just trying to bridge communities because I hope wrestling fans will watch this and maybe get just a little dose of libertarian thought or some Bitcoin stuff, become more open-minded to this kind of things. Because from what I
Sure.
see, the internet wrestling community tends to be pretty soft and left-leaning. And
I would say I would say the loudest people in wrestling tend to come from the left, but make no mistake about it, there are a lot of people on the right as well that love pro wrestling. And then, you're going to find a lot of libertarian and a lot of anarchists love pro wrestling too. You're going to find pro wrestling generally, its demographics are everybody. I mean, we see people from very, very young ages up to grandmothers and grandfathers, even great grandmothers and grandfathers. I mean, the love of pro wrestling just goes across all demographics. Um, but I think when you take a look at pro wrestling, that demographic is all going to be subjected to what our society is portraying or is projecting onto them. What I would like to see change is wrestling fans, both the left and the right, band together and demand that they be able to pay for their tickets and their merchandise with Bitcoin and Monero and Litecoin. That's what I would like to see. Doesn't matter whether they're on the left or on the right. I would like to see fans come together and say, hey, WWE, we would really like to pay for your tickets with our Bitcoin, with our Monero, with our Tari, with our Litecoin, with our Zcash. And that would be a conversation worth having. I think when people can start to transact with tools that are outside the banking system, it's just going to make pro wrestling better. It's going to enhance the standard of living of people that are using those decentralized privacy protocols in order to exchange value. And I think it would be fantastic to watch wrestling fans demand that they have the ability to buy wrestling tickets and wrestling merchandise in their favorite cryptocurrency.
I think I have a much better idea. How about you get some sort of on-screen role as a manager every week on TV, and you get to talk about accepting payments only in Bitcoin, Monero, Zcash, Zano, whatever. And you also talk about how the US government is evil, and you have all of this angle which presents libertarian ideas. I think 20, 30 years ago, this could be very possible. I
I
think
agree.
the closest they got to having some sort of very patriotic and super American character, and maybe the last one that they had along these lines, was with a wrestler called Jack Swagger. And he had that whole We the People kind of gimmick. And he also had a
Yes.
manager who was very patriotic, and it was interesting. But to have something which is updated to a world where the US dollar is not to be taken for granted as the reserve currency of the world. And there's this one person who's managing a younger wrestler, and they don't like the dollar anymore. And they also have libertarian ideas, and they don't think that voting for the other party is the solution to fixing the government problems. and they don't think that having a big government is a good idea. This could be a very interesting storyline.
Absolutely. I think if we were telling stories like that in pro wrestling, I think you would grab another part of society, another demographic of society that would go, whoa, wait a minute. That pro wrestling show's talking about Bitcoin, and they might start watching as well. I think that's definitely a way to go. I think you're definitely onto something there for sure. I think pro wrestling introducing I think pro wrestling introducing a concept like that, like, hey, I want to be able to buy, that John Cena shirt with Bitcoin, and you promote that on TV. Yeah, that would be a wonderful thing for society. Absolutely. You're basically normalizing a better tool to use for trading value than the banker's tool called fiat currency.
Oh no, he left again. We're just about to wrap this up. I would like to thank everyone who has been here for the last 4.5 hours. It's been quite a ride. I know we started about an hour late, and it was mostly because I was challenged by the difference of time zones. You're back.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Every time I go to push this earbud back in, it hangs up again. It's got to get rid of that simple touch. I think that's what's doing it.
Yeah, anyway, it would be so much fun to have this kind of character on air and also have this kind of conversation about having another way to look at politics and the economy, and maybe even have goofy characters that steal the flash drive in which you're holding like 10 Bitcoin or something and throw it into a river and then have a show off at the next pay-per-view or something.
Let's have a Bitcoin on a pole match.
Bitcoin in
Have
the
like a
bank. Like there's a suitcase
have
and inside you find a private key to get some Bitcoin.
there you go. Or you find the what are they called? The Trezor, the
Yeah, the hardware wallet.
the hardware wallet. Yeah, you have a briefcase with a hardware wallet in it.
There are so many cool ideas. I hope someone is actually listening and cares, even though I'm not. I'm not gonna hold my breath for it.
Right? Yeah. It'd be nice to see. But even when you start promoting, I mean, if you saw a company like WWE start to promote the idea that, hey, Bitcoin can be used to, buy our tickets and buy our merchandise, would they hear something from the government financial services, uh, or whatever department is involved in basically persuading WWE, hey, don't offer other rails for purchasing your products other than the US dollar? Is that something that would happen, behind the scenes if WWE started promoting Bitcoin and all that? I think it's definitely a possibility. I mean, Bitcoin is literally the competitor to the Federal Reserve. And in terms of being able for enabling humans to exchange value, Bitcoin is the Federal Reserve's competitor. And so if we're all buying WWE tickets using the Federal Reserve's product, the fiat currency, would WWE not hear in some way, shape, or form from the Federal Reserve through the government? Maybe, hey, maybe when the government tells the WWE, hey, you may not want to use or offer the idea that people can buy your tickets with Bitcoin as opposed to the US dollars. I don't know whether that would happen or not, but would I be surprised if that would happen? I wouldn't be surprised if government tried to shut down payments with Bitcoins instead of US dollars.
Yeah, but at least politically speaking, right now, I think it's the best moment to try
Oh,
because the
absolutely.
Trump administration is the friendliest that we ever had in terms of being accepting when it comes to Bitcoin. So if there's a time to try this kind of storyline, it's now.
I Right now is probably the best time you're gonna get to push that idea that Bitcoin should be used instead of the US dollar. I could definitely see with Trump in office this being probably the best time ever. But that said, I don't think Trump has the power, or I shouldn't say he doesn't have the power. He has the power. It's whether he would be willing to use that power to tell the Federal Reserve, hey, you have a great product. It's called the US dollar. Everybody works for it. But they also have Bitcoin now, and there's a lot of people that would much rather use Bitcoin. I don't know if the Federal Reserve would let Trump get away with saying that. Uh, the Federal Reserve wants us to keep tokenizing the value that we create into their product. And the reason they want us to tokenize that value into the banker's product is so they can counterfeit it and take that value. If we all tokenized our value into Bitcoin or Monero or Tari or Zcash or Litecoin, well, the bankers no longer have access to taking that value at will through counterfeiting because they can't counterfeit more Litecoin. They can't counterfeit more Zcash. So they literally have no access to the value we create. The bankers don't want that. The bankers want access to the value we create. I could see them pressuring government through their various methods, pressuring government to make sure the people keep creating value by working and then tokenizing that value into their product called fiat currency for the sole purpose of counterfeiting that currency and stealing the value.
Oh, I agree. And this is why after this interview, I'm gonna set you up with the Zashi wallet, send you some Zcash, ask the entire Zcash community to maybe send you some coins, and then you can go and grab a snack at the nearest. How did you say you pronounce this? Chipotle.
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 Chipotle. Chipotle, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'm gonna
should
go
do that.
try that. I had no idea you could spend Zcash there. I had no clue.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how it's gonna turn out. So if you can record it, that would be fun.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I'll definitely do
This is
that.
how we get the word out that we can actually use this money in the real world.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down to do that, my friend. Absolutely. We could do that today.
Yes, sir. So, any closing note? Like, how can people follow you and learn more about your content? Because you have a YouTube channel, you post on Twitter, you sell stuff on XMR Bazaar. What else is there?
Well, I just lost my Instagram account, so that's gone. But my Twitter account, of course, is Val Venis ENT. I'm also on Gab, same thing, Val Venis ENT. YouTube is Top Shelf Anarchy. That's my YouTube channel. I'm actually going to start posting more stuff there going forward here again. And then I got Facebook. It's the Val Venis on Facebook. But other than that, Val Venis ENT on Truth Social, although I don't post all that much on there. But other than that, yeah, that's where I'm at on social media.
There's someone who asked you in the chat if you can take your shirt off.
Did I take my shirt off?
Yeah,
You have to pay me for that.
exactly. That's not for free.
That's not for free.
Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time. I appreciate sharing your knowledge. And let's make a change into the real world.
Absolutely, Vlad. It was a pleasure, man. Thank you so much for having me on here. It's been a great conversation.
Thank you very much. And I'll set you up with the wallet. And don't forget about also, I sent you that token that I made on the Zano network. Check that out.
Oh, yes.
I sent you the asset ID in a Twitter DM.
Okay, perfect. I'll get that set up then, and I'll promote that on Twitter and give them away.
Okay. So goodbye, ladies. Bye.
Bye bye, ladies.